The June 12th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting of the Tennessee State University Board of Trustees is now called to order. The time is 9:07. It's good to see everyone this morning. The crowd is a little light from what we are used to, but thank you to the administration, staff, and faculty that have joined us. Thank you for all the trustees that are in person. I know we have a few trustees online. If members are participating electronically, there is no physical quorum present, so we will need to state the following, which is we need to make certain findings on the record regarding the necessity for conducting today's meeting by electronic participation without physical quorum present. Next, I'd like to call the roll. Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Trauber.
Present.
Trustee Norfleet.
Present.
Trustee Norfleet is online, and Chair Winton is with us. Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So the first item on the agenda is the approval of the March 12th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting minutes. They are included in your review, or for your review, in the board materials for this meeting. I will ask for a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, the question on the motion to approve the March 12, 2025 Finance Committee meeting minutes as contained in the materials for this meeting. Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Norfleet.
Yes.
Trustee Trauber.
Yes.
Trustee Winton. Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 tuition and mandatory fees increase. The materials for this agenda item are also included for your review in the board materials for this meeting. Jim Grady from Alvarez and Marcel will provide information in connection with this agenda item. There are also two other agenda items on our committee meeting today, which would be the 2024-2025 estimated budget and the 2025-2026 proposed budget. I would ask for Jim, if it's okay, to cover all three topics. I believe that is possible based on the materials that are included in our board booklet, and then we will take each item up for a vote. So Jim, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Trauber. Chair Winton, Board of Trustees, good morning. Glad to be with you again this morning. Before we start talking about tuition, I think it's been a few months or a couple of months since we were all last together, and it might be helpful, especially at 9 o'clock on a Thursday morning when we talk about finance, to just level set on where we've been and where we've come over the last couple of months since we last met. As you know, in February, Tennessee State University presented a 5-year plan to the SBC, which called for a need of about $95 million to provide a pathway or a bridge to fiscal sustainability. The university must take actions right now. It's got a $39 million budget deficit right now in the proposed budget, which we'll get to later on today, but it must take actions to remediate that $39 million budget deficit. It's going to have to focus on both revenue growth as well as cost reductions. In the middle of March, the THEC Commission, or Board of Commissioners, adopted a guiding tuition range of 0 to 6.5% for Tennessee's public higher education institutions. One note on that, that 6.5% was higher than what was anticipated. We were anticipating about a 5% at the maximum end of the range. But if you were in attendance or you viewed the commission's discussions and deliberations, they went to 6.5% specifically for Tennessee State University, in the fact that they wanted to allow or provide Tennessee State University optimal tools, if you will, to be able to help address its fiscal challenges. And so it was voted on and agreed to raise it to 6.5% as the maximum end of that guiding range. as we know, and you'll see, Tennessee State University remains the lowest cost option for in-state students when compared to the other public institutions. In fact, we looked at the other LGI boards recently as they've all moved towards their tuition policies for next year, and have noted that Austin Peay is at 5%, Middle Tennessee State University went to the full 6.5%, Memphis at 5%, ETSU at 5%, and Tennessee Tech at 5%. We also talked about earlier about this calculation of need approach, and you'll see it in the appendix at some point. Just to remember, that would imply, in the case of Tennessee State, a 4.4% increase in terms of a need of tuition and fees. One thing to keep in mind, though, with this approach, this really applies to universities and colleges that have a balanced budget and aren't necessarily starting from a deficit position or a position of a large deficit, which is where Tennessee State is at currently. So with that backdrop, let's just talk specifically about the proposed increase. And the proposal before you, the proposed increase or recommendation is to, first with in-state maintenance and mandatory fees, increase those to 6%. Full freight out of state, we would hold the state tuition premium on the full freight folks, but we would increase the maintenance fee by 6%. The scholar rate, out of state scholar rate, would increase the tuition premium, maintenance, and mandatory fees by 6%. The 250-mile radius out of state tuition, premium, maintenance, and mandatory fees would also increase by 6%. And then graduate in-state, mandatory fees and maintenance increasing 6%, and then graduate out of state, premium, maintenance, and mandatory fees by a total of 6%. So that's the recommendation. What does that look like in terms of dollars and cents? It's about if you go to the column all the way over to the right, in-state total tuition and mandatory fees, it's about just under a $270 net increase cost per semester for in-state. For full freight out of state, you can see it's about that it's the same. It's the 270 because we're not necessarily, as you see in the middle column there, the second from the left, the out of state tuition premium. You'll note the out of state full freight, as I mentioned, we're not increasing that. We are increasing the maintenance portion of that. And then the out of state 250 mile, that's about $449 per semester. And then the out of state scholar it's $539. Per semester. Let's talk a little bit about benchmarking and where this compares to, certainly we start here with the other Tennessee LGIs and the UT system schools. As I mentioned before, Tennessee State University is the lowest cost option of the other public institutions within Tennessee. Even with the proposed increases of $408 per credit hour, we would still remain the lowest cost option, public school option within the state of Tennessee. How does the undergrad out of state per credit hour tuition comparison look when you look at the proposed increases for the 250 mile and the TSU scholar rate? Even with those increases, we're still a lower cost option than the LGIs, than the HBCU direct comps that we've identified as Alabama A&M, FAMU, Jackson State, and North Carolina A&T. We're still below their cost structure, and same with when we consider all other HBCUs. Here's just showing again the graduate in-state tuition and the increased compared to other Tennessee LGIs and UT system, and again, we're showing pretty much the lower cost option for graduate in-state as well. And then finally, graduate out of state. Here we're going to be a little bit higher than our competitors, and the way that the numbers work out, it just shows a slight increase over. We are already kind of the higher end with LGIs and the other HBCUs with respect to out of state graduate per credit hour tuition. Let's talk a little bit about this impact on our budget. We're going to get to our budget, I know, later on in this presentation, but I know some of you probably are thinking, well, what does this do to our budget, and what does this do to our pro forma, which is what, again, we reviewed with the state back in February. When we reviewed that with the state back in February, the column that is just to the right of the revenue of the revenue and expenses, which is entitled Pro Forma Fiscal Year 26, you'll notice we were estimating a budget deficit of almost $35 million. This was in February when we presented this to the SBC. Our budget right now, the proposed budget that we'll talk about later on, is showing about just under a $39 million deficit. That includes the 6% increase in tuition and fees. So we've got some work to do in terms of getting to where the pro forma is going to be this year. That's with the 6% increase. If we don't include the 6% increase, you can see that it goes to about $7 million differential, or about an incremental $3 or $4 million increase. All that I would suggest is that if we don't do that, these are increased costs that we're going to have to search for and find in this next fiscal year. We've already identified almost $20 million of cost takeout already. This would be, if we had to add another $7 million on top of that, we may be impacting student classes and student services and those items as well. And that concludes my presentation. The appendix items are just all the various, we looked at non-mandatory course fees and the meal plans and the housing increases as well. But at this point, I'm happy to take questions.
Yep, we can pause here for questions. I also understand many trustees may feel that the estimated budget for 24-25, and then also the budget for fiscal year 26 also has some bearing and contingency on this tuition increase. So we can break here for some questions, but I also think it's fair that we hear the rest of the presentation so that we understand the full context. So for now, I'll just turn it to any other committee members if there are any questions at this time. All right, are there any questions from the other trustees in attendance, either in person or virtually? All right. Jim, if you would please go through the remainder of your presentation covering the estimated budget and then also next year's budget. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so this morning, with respect to the 25 estimated budget and the 26 proposed budget, really want to talk about three things, or three sections, if you will. I just want to review the deficit reduction activities that we presented to the SBC and the progress that we've made to date on those. The second section is I want to take you through the fiscal year 25 financial review, compare that to the October revised budget, and then take you finally through the fiscal year 26 proposed budget and do some comparison with respect to that relative to fiscal year 25, fiscal year 24, and then certainly answer any questions that you have. Let's first talk about the deficit reduction activities. You'll remember back in February, we identified this, this four-prong or four-pillar approach to the way that we were going to look at attacking the deficit, the deficit that we had, looking at scholarships, looking at personnel cost reductions, both on the instructional side and the non-instructional side, and then also looking at some non-personnel cost reductions, totaling anywhere between $32 to $37 million. This is the view that we presented in February to the SBC and to the board then. What have we done so far? Well, right now we've identified almost $20 to $25 million of deficit reduction. Where has that occurred? The first, going from right to left, the first one is the scholarship reduction. We were hoping that we'd get a little bit more this year. We thought we could get more to 18 or $20 million, but we're making progress towards that. I think we're going to end up around $5 to $6 million of savings. we found that some of the scholarships, by the time we started to look at this in February and March, some of those scholarships for this next school year had been committed to, and we didn't have the time to fully implement our plan in terms of how that would work. And so it's kind of a modified view in terms of our scholarships for next year, and you'll see that when we get to the numbers. With respect to the personnel cost reductions, between the workforce reductions in October of 2024, the hiring freeze policy that's been put in place by President Tucker, and then the zero-based open position reset that we've done, right now we've identified around $9 to $10 million in personnel cost reductions. And then with respect to non-personnel cost reductions, we've identified around $9 or $10 million. During the SBC presentation, where we came up with $3 to $4 million, that's what we had identified as of February 2026. We've now gone through the budget process and scrutinized a lot of the non-personnel costs across the board during that budget process, and have landed around identified savings around $9 to $10 million on the non-personnel side. Before I jump into the budget, is also just again worth mentioning. This is a copy of the pro forma forecast that we presented. This was essentially, when I think about this is our 5-year plan, our 5-year pathway to sustainability, if you will, over this term. The one thing I want to highlight for you are two numbers. The one all the way over to the right, the $95 million. This is the total funding that we've now working with the state in terms of solidifying. But one thing else I do want to point out to you is that part of this plan is we fully expected to have a $35 million deficit in fiscal year 26. It's going to be lower than what we ended 25 with, but we certainly knew that there was going to be a deficit. There's going to be, in fact, a deficit in 2027, in 2028, and 2029, if all these projections and everything holds. I think we can do better than that, but in terms of, for purposes of just setting the context, I just want to remind everyone as we talk about budget and we talk about what we've talked about, $35 million deficit for fiscal year 26 is what we were anticipating back in January and February. So now let's move and talk a little bit about fiscal year 25, and this is where we're going to talk a little bit about the estimated fiscal year 25 budget. So again, some of these, it's worthwhile just talking about some of the accomplishments that we've done in fiscal year 25. We've done that workforce reduction in October. We've maintained a strict hiring freeze, as I mentioned earlier, with very few exceptions other than for mission critical roles. We've executed an effort to clean slate, if you will, the company's open positions to improve controls and accountability around hiring. We took a zero-based approach to critical hiring needs as of July 1st and eliminated all other open E&G and auxiliary positions that weren't identified as critical. As you know, we've sunsetted 2 low-performing programs. We've inactivated 1 program, and we've restructured the College of Education. We're currently reassessing the class schedule needs to reduce the forecasted fall adjunct professor need by about 36%. Depending on where our enrollment comes out in the fall, that could be maybe more. Renegotiated several vendor agreements to reduce some of that non-personnel cost benefit. And we've identified several deficit reduction opportunities that can be executed in fiscal year 26 beyond what's been budgeted in the fiscal 26 budget. So just a summary of some of our key accomplishments here in fiscal year 25. So let's talk a little bit now about the fiscal year 25 estimated budget. But before I can do that, I just need to make you aware of a couple of non-recurring revenues that that's, I don't want to say skew, but a couple of non-recurring revenues that skew the results, if you will, of fiscal year 25. So if you look at our budget that would get filed for fiscal year 25, it would show a $30 million deficit. That's all the way at the bottom, 30,113. What's baked into that, or what's included in that $30 million deficit, if you go back up to the tuition and fees line of $55 million, there's an accounting entry that would be made in fiscal year 25 that we talked about relative to the allowance for doubtful accounts line, which we need to increase our allowance for doubtful accounts. And that's about a $16 million drag, if you will, on tuition and fees, essentially reducing revenues that were recognized in prior periods is what we are doing by this entry. The second thing, if you go to other E&G revenues, you'll see there's, as you know, there's about $32 million that was injected into the university in November relative to some ARPA funding that got redirected for operating needs. So when you factor out those two non-recurring revenue items, you'll see that the estimated fiscal year 25 adjusted budget has a deficit of about $45 million. So how does it compare to, how does the fiscal year 25 adjusted budget compare to what we reviewed with the revised budget back in October of 24? As you can see, the October budget, just going down to the bottom line, the October budget estimated about a $46 million deficit. The estimated budget right now is about $45 million, so we were pretty much right on target in terms of where we thought the deficit was going to end up back in October. A couple of adjustments to make, just to make you aware of with respect to tuition and fees. If I just go down top to bottom, the budget in October had overestimated some of the tuition and fees just due to a miscalculation of some of the out-of-state tuition premium. I think primarily around the 250-mile radius tuition calculation. Scholarships, we did better by about $5 million. However, it should be noted here that $3 million of that $30 million was related to the Building Bridges scholarships, which had not been applied for several years. And so we, this year, took the initiative to just go ahead and apply those scholarships. And so that made our scholarship expense less by about $3 million. Auxiliary revenues and expenditures were both a little bit higher in October just because we had overestimated the service levels in terms of what actually came out in terms of actual enrollment for fiscal year 25. So, I mean, we were estimating higher than what we actually, estimating auxiliary services for much more students than we actually ended up with is essentially the way I think about it. And then in the non-personnel costs, in the personnel costs of item 4, there was about $7.6 million less than that was budgeted in October. This is in addition to the $6.5 million annualized workforce reduction that was taken in the October budget. Let's now talk about the fiscal year 26 proposed budget. First, let's start with some major cost reduction targets. Included in the fiscal year 26 proposed budget, we're going to continue to realize the annualized savings that we captured in fiscal year 25. We're going to maintain a hiring freeze and thorough position control through the duration of the fiscal year, only backfilling and hiring mission critical roles. We've challenged all the areas within the university to operate with about 15% less discretionary operating funding, certainly adjusted for contracts or any sort of other mandated spend. We certainly don't want units or departments, not complying with that. This is more on discretionary fund. We're implementing a rigorous budget adjustment procedure to ensure that budget increases are limited to critical and/or unforeseen circumstances. The days of calling up the budget office and saying, hey, can you just make this quick change for me without any sort of documentation or any sort of approval or any sort of oversight will have come to an end. Additional items that are in flight, we're working on capitalizing revenue opportunities to offset some of the departmental overhead, looking at parking, payment plan fees, space rental, and the like. And then finally, we're looking at the endowment and leveraging some of those returns that are restricted for departmental use, analyzing what it can be used for and seeing if those can be applied and brought into the university to cover E&G expenses where it's allowed to under the auspices of the agreement. All right, so let's talk about fiscal year 25 estimated. Again, you'll remember if you go down to the bottom, that deficit there of $45 million. Let's compare that to the proposed budget of fiscal year 26, which right now is showing a deficit of about $38.9 million. Some of the key differences here, in the tuition and fee line, as I said, we've included the 6% increase to tuition, but we are looking at our enrollment, and I know enrollment will be a discussion that you'll get to later point today, but right now from a fiscal standpoint, we're assuming a smaller first time in college freshman class than we had targeted earlier in the spring, as well as we're looking at implementing a purge process this time and a registration hold policy, which could also impact our enrollment in the fall. Talk about the scholarships. You can see where we're proposing to spend less on scholarships this year in fiscal year 26. Again, just calling out that number for fiscal year 25 of $30 million includes about $3 million of one time. So I think of it as almost a $6 million or $5 or $6 million pickup when I think about scholarships on an apples to apples basis. Moving down to personnel costs. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget includes $9.5 million of total personnel cost reductions. This includes about $15 million of vacancy closures, offset by a 1.5% earmark for merit-based salary increases and some salaries in fiscal year 25 that were paid to now closed positions. So, for example, the folks that were part of the workforce realignment in October, we estimated that in those numbers in fiscal year 25 includes probably about half of their salary and benefits, but those positions, to the extent that they weren't critical, have been eliminated. And then we touched on this a little bit in the tuition presentation, but just again showing a little more detailed view on the proposed budget, fiscal year 26 proposed budget versus our fiscal year 26 pro forma. The pro forma on the left showing, again, that $35 million. This is what we expected back in January or February to end up in fiscal year 26. We've now done the work and done the budget, and we're at about a $38 million, $39 million deficit. What are some of the changes? When you look at item 1, tuition and fees, that's been adjusted by, the overall tuition and fees forecast has been adjusted by several factors, which includes the enrollment pipeline trend, policies relative to purge and enrollment holds, and then tuition rate increases as well, resulting in a net decrease of about $3.7 million. Scholarships were just a little bit higher than what we had forecasted back in January and February. And then personnel costs, we've included $3.4 million of more personnel cost reduction than originally targeted in early spring. So there we've done a little bit better in terms of getting a little more granular on that. And then finally the budgeting, and then on the non-personnel costs, a lot of that it was driven, we didn't exactly know the impact of some of the non-personnel costs back in January and February. We didn't know the full detail. As we got into it over the year and as we went through the actual budget process, we identified more areas that could be targeted for savings. And so that's how we ended up with a little bit better of about $8.5 million. And then just quickly, just showing a historical comparison. I thought this is interesting when you look at fiscal year 23 all the way through fiscal year 26. You've got actual 23, actual 24. We've got the estimated adjusted fiscal year 25, and then the fiscal year 26 proposed budget. You can see with total E&G revenues, the decline, the year-over-year decline over the last 4 years, a lot of that having to do with enrollment. Remember, the enrollment number, the full-time FTE number in fiscal year 23 was just over 8,000, and in fiscal year 26, we are vastly below that enrollment projection number. Let's talk a little bit about, let's double click a little bit on the personnel cost reductions, the vacancies and position control that we've done. We've done 3 high impact steps to realize personnel cost savings and institute strict controls and governance to right size the university in response to the enrollment decline. The first one is in fall of 2024, we did the workforce realignment that involved 95 individuals and annualized savings of about $8.8 million. We've implemented a strict hiring freeze. We've had a strict adherence to this hiring freeze with very few exceptions other than for mission critical backfills. The creation of net new positions has been suspended. And then what we've gone through is we've gone through and closed all non-critical open positions. We conducted a zero-based process to identify critical open positions and any and/or net new personnel needs effective July 1st, 2025. We've executed a mass closure of all non-critical positions prior to fiscal year 26 proposed budget. And we're in the process of implementing a rigorous position control request process, as I mentioned earlier. Let's talk a little bit about the personnel cost reductions, and let's drill a little bit into the vacancy position control. So when we started this, or when this was started last fiscal year, Tennessee State entered the fiscal year 25, so it entered July 1st, 2024, with about $6.4 million of vacancies on the books within the budget. There was some attrition between the time when that budget was formed and when we got to October 15th. We had folks that just left the system, and that added up to about $5 million of just additional vacancies that were never filled. Add on to that in October, we did the workforce reduction, and that added about, again, annualized, about $8.8 million of vacancies. And then just since October, from October until today, there's been attrition. Folks have decided to leave us and leave the system, and right now there's just about $3.7 million of vacancies. So when you add up all those 8 vacancies within the budget, it's about $24 million of total vacancies, and that was as of April 30th. What we've done is essentially we've gone through and we've worked with the departments and identified those positions that are open today that need to remain open because of any sort of critical hire or skill or what have you. For example, we've left a CFO position open. We need to have a CFO at some point here. That's in that $9 million. So that comes up to about $9 million of identified open positions that are going to remain open within the budget, allowing us to effectively eliminate $15 million of personnel costs from the budget. And then I know there was just a snapshot of, how do the vacancies break down by department. And here you can see on this slide the 259 vacant positions and just kind of how they're spread between the various departments. Just calling out that academic affairs and student affairs are probably the 2 largest ones. But we've also kept open positions in those areas as well. When you look at the 107 positions that have been identified by those departments as critical and need to be left open. And that concludes that portion of the presentation.
All right, thank you. I do have some thoughts, questions, and comments, but I will first defer to the Finance Committee, Chair Winton, and then Trustee Norfleet if they have any questions, thoughts, or comments.
A couple of things. One, thank you for your presentation. It was a lot of information, and thank you for all the time and commitments that you all have made to ensure that we have a lot of information to review. It is always a challenge when we think about where we were last year and what we believed our budget was versus what the reality is this year. So thank you for all of that. But I do have one question in regards to the number of students that are potentially impacted by the purge. Do you have any idea of what that number is?
Right now, it's really preliminary, but right now we would estimate somewhere around 1,000.
Thank you.
All right, Trustee Norfleet.
I'm okay right now. Thank you.
All right, other trustees. All right, well, I will jump in with just a couple thoughts and comments, and then maybe other trustees might piggyback. If we could go to the slide where you compare the October budget to, I believe it was the 25 estimated budget. Yes. So this one, and I recall sitting here in October and looking at that budget and some of the exchanges we had, and understand that at that point, the budgeting process was not a great process at the university. And I am aware and understand and commend Alvarez and Marcel, and then also Interim President Tucker, for implementing a much more structured budgeting process. And it is somewhat amazing that the estimated budget is falling somewhat in line with the October budget. If I'm looking at this correctly, I see the good news that led to the estimated budget being close to October, being we did better on scholarships and managing our scholarship budget. We achieved personnel cost reductions. Then we also had some non-personnel cost good news, and then the total auxiliary expenditures good news. If I'm looking at the tuition impact on the 26 budget, with the 6% increase and then without the 6% increase, both of those are negative to our pro forma that we've had with the SBC. As I see, there were some things I'm expecting that were implemented as part of this estimated budget that led the university to be able to achieve, very much something in line. What, if anything, can be done to achieve that in the 26 budget, since we're coming up a little short on the pro forma, either with the 6% increase or without the 6% increase? And more simply, where can we get some good news going into 26? If I'm thinking about it from a simple perspective, revenue is students coming in. Mm-hmm. We're having some challenges with recruitment, which is understandable given our position, given the administration turnover. And then the other would be simply, I think, as you referred to, if there are some cuts that would need to be made.
Right.
But I'll stop there and let the conversation mature from that point.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, the big thing that I have in the back of my mind is what is that enrollment number going to look like in the fall? If it's our pro forma estimated, it was just over 5,000. It was 5,099 was our fall full-time FTE enrollment. In fiscal year 24, it was 7,400. Last year it was, I think, 54 something. And if we're looking at an enrollment that has a 4 in front of it, right, that's where I start to look at, okay, are there additional cuts, whether it's programs, whether it's classes, whether it's if we take the current footprint of our classes and courses, what have you, are they being effectively, I don't want to say managed, but are there those? That's where I would look at. Are there classes that have 2 kids in them? Can that be combined to have just one class with maybe 12 or 14 kids in it? Like looking at some of those efficiencies. I think that would also impact our non-personnel costs too. We do have some of those being variable in terms of number of students. There could be some pickup in that as well.
And I think President Tucker has a comment. Before your comment, though, President Tucker, the one thing I failed to mention is we were talking through this, and what I also understand in this estimated budget for 25 is that we did have some good news in retention from the fall to the spring that had a little bit of a pickup. So that's right. I'm assuming some opportunity for a pickup.
That's right.
In the retention from fall to spring this year, but really, ultimately it's a focus on enrollment and recruiting.
That's right. And the purge too. The purge is going to be an impact.
Interim President Tucker.
Yeah, the only add I would make is that I also believe that we should stay focused between now and the start of school with continue recruiting students to come to Tennessee State University. If we can continue with that process, and just as an example, I think about 58% of our total enrollment comes from Memphis, Atlanta, and Chicago. Mm-hmm. We have conducted some meetings in Memphis to get past some of the misinformation about is Tennessee State still open or not. So we're picking up additional students along the way because that helps impact the financials assumed in the budget. We're headed to Atlanta this weekend, and then followed up with Chicago because we still believe there's an opportunities to bring additional students in. So that's a long way of saying that we're not giving up on initiatives to continue to improve enrollment for the current year.
I would also add to that, I think in fiscal year 20, maybe 26, but fiscal year 27, I would expect the full year marketing and enrollment management piece being stood up. There's obviously a lot of strengths at Tennessee State University. There's a lot of attractiveness at Tennessee State University that can be captured. And so I would expect, I would hope that we can knock it out of the park with a full year of a marketing and enrollment and a good story to tell and to market, that we could produce or on our estimate for enrollment for next year, for the fall of 2026.
Okay, thank you. And one more slide I wanted to look at, and that was the slide with the comparison. I believe it's the budget to the actuals from 23, 24, and then maybe the estimated for 25. Yes, this one. So here, if I'm telling a story and looking at the slides and trying to suss through, what the story would be, and, again, focusing in on tuition with the scholarships and then also the expense side. So if we're looking at tuition, I mean, we do see what we've expressed to the SBC and a commitment to try to reduce scholarships, which also does hamstring us a little bit on the enrollment. I mean, let's be obvious and open about that is a factor that drives our enrollment. But also, if I'm looking at the expenses, I see on the personnel costs that we've had some improvement, especially from a peak of 24, and we're below where we were in 23. And if things deteriorated, where would we see, what could be done about the personnel costs? So I understand the big driver of the personnel costs would be institutional staff, and then also the academic staff and instructional staff. And if it's not there, are there other opportunities within, just looking at this, where we can tell a good story of how we're making an improvement for the university?
Right. Before I answer that question, just to go back on your scholarships point, if we had shown 22, 21, 20, I've done this slide before, you would see scholarships that were probably 10, 12, $13 million in terms of that scholarship line item. So there is an enrollment of 6,000, 6,300, 6,400 of fall FTEs. So there is a world that Tennessee State can operate in that has scholarships at a reasonable level that work. Just one point on the scholarships. And then with respect to, I just want to make sure I understand your question. If the enrollment are there other areas to cut if our enrollment if we don't hit these numbers, if our enrollment or tuition fees don't hit these numbers?
Yes, it is very much a similar question to what I asked, but looking at a different view, because now we're looking at the actuals and we see the trends based on the actuals, which, again, my view, there's been progress made, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot more progress to go, especially according to the 5-year plan. But I'm thinking in terms of worst case scenario that we continue to have struggles hitting the enrollment.
Yeah.
And looking at these trends and looking at where potentially we wouldn't have a good story to tell.
Yeah.
Unless we took some other alternative approaches.
Yeah. I think, I talked a little bit about enrollment and a little bit about right-sizing the personnel. If I think about non-personnel costs, I would think about, is there a way to reduce the footprint in terms of the classes and buildings and the utilization of those buildings, especially if we're, I think I've heard it mentioned that we have capacity for 12,000 students. If we're total fleet capacity of like 12,000 students, and if we're at much less than that, almost a third of that. Is there a way that we can consolidate some of our buildings and perhaps cut down on some of those utility costs and some of those management costs, security costs, what have you, that we're maybe fully staffed right now for a building that's maybe not fully utilized? Would be another area I would think about.
So again, and just me restating and thinking about how this plays out, the university administration is thinking about, worst case scenarios and thinking about the way to, if needed, look at the expense side and reduce expenses.
Yes.
Without a detriment potentially to more personnel reductions, because there has to be something here to sustain the university and run the university, especially as we develop the vision for what Tennessee State is going to look like.
That's right.
But if needed, tough decisions may need to be made to try to drive those expense reductions.
Yes.
I'll open it up to other questions from
to add to that, I do think we can challenge ourselves to continue becoming more efficient. And there's some other departments that I think we're still somewhat overstaffed, even today, that we can make adjustments on that. And I do also think we're being very conservative on some of the discretionary dollars that can continue to be reduced as well. And I think we also have to be focused on the headwinds and tailwinds that are out there in the politics right now, in terms of things like a reduction in Pell Grants that could impact the enrollment as well. And we have put together a few individuals to lead initiatives around how to mitigate those if it happens, so that we're not reacting to it as opposed to being more proactive about some of these items that could impact the financial budget that's being proposed. So I think there's some more opportunities there. We have a few departments that's probably understaffed, but I think if you add the over, in my opinion, with the under, there's still some additional net dollars that could be reduced.
That's right. I would also, I guess, one thing I just thought of was the foundation and the funds that are in the foundation. We talked a little bit about, I think there was a bullet point about that, and utilizing those funds, leveraging some of those funds that are sitting in the endowment. I know we talked, for example, if you think about certain departmental funds, right? That, for example, the chemistry department this year submitted a request for $25,000 of operating expenses, just as an example. There's over $31,000 sitting in the foundation for chemistry. Is there a way that we can use those funds? Again, one, follow the rules on the way they should be dispersed, but are there ways that we can use those funds to offset that $25,000, for example, that they asked for this year? Scholarships, right? Going through scholarships and maximizing those, ensuring that if we do have a student that qualifies for a scholarship, that those dollars are actually getting to that student. That, I think, will help some of this as well. Leveraging, better leverage of some of the foundation funds.
And just one more thing before opening it up to questions. Going back to the tuition increase slides, and then there were two slides, I think, one showing with the 6% proposed increase and then one with no increase. And could you talk a little bit about if there is no increase and now the deficit, I think, jumps up? I can't remember the number, if it was 3 or 4 million, 3 or 4 million difference.
Yeah, basically, right here, basically goes from 39 million to 42 million.
So what would that mean if there was not a tuition increase and now the university was tasked with making up that amount to try to come again closer to the pro forma?
Yeah, then I would go back to some of those cuts that we just talked about previously. If I can't get it, if we don't have it on the tuition side, those cuts then would be further cuts that we would have to do on the university side. Some of which could impact. Then at what point do you start cutting into bone? Right, you can only cut for so long and so much, but at some point you're going to start perhaps cutting into programs, cutting into things you really don't want to cut into.
All right, questions from committee members or trustees? I saw Trustee Smith Knight had her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, may have missed this. What is the total in foundation departmental grants that's available for us?
We've gone through and we've identified around $15 million. Again, some work would need to be done. I mean, it's not like we'd have to go through and analyze those dollars, but they're out there, and we should leverage that where we can.
Other questions? Trustee Qualls.
Yeah, can you go through the scholarships, the less scholarship pieces? Is that because we're not awarding scholarships? Or is there any amount of that due to students losing the eligibility for their scholarships?
Are you, with respect to the 26 budget, or what, I'm sorry, the delta, I
decrease
guess,
that you
between
see.
25 and 26?
I think it's 30 million. Well,
It was like 30 million. So this is 20, this is, the next one. This one here?
no, it's not that one.
Oh.
Go back.
Who?
Maybe it's that one.
So this one, this is just comparing the revised budget in October, where we thought our scholarships would end around 35 million, to where right now they are going to end up around 30 million. I don't think it's any sort of like reduced scholarship. I think it's probably just a better, just better, I don't want to say management, but just better utilization of those funds.
Trustee
But
Chapman.
is that also tied to the strategy as you look for the current budget, the 50% scholarships we used to give out versus what the norm is across other universities in Tennessee, is that we're going to be moving back towards what's more in line with the average, which
Right.
is around 20%.
That's right.
Scholarships.
That's right. Yeah.
Which-
That's we're working towards that for the proposed budget.
26, right?
Yeah, for 26.
I just want to put that out.
You'll see a bigger, I would expect you'll see a bigger impact in 27 when we have a full year to implement the
Right.
strategy on scholarships.
Yeah, but that change for 26 is going to impact enrollment as well, because we're not going to just toss out a bunch of extra scholarships.
Right. Trustee Qualls, just one note on this. Just again, I mentioned that $30 million for estimated 25 adjusted. There's $3 million of like what I consider like non-recurring or like one-time funding that we took in there because of this building bridges scholarships that had not been utilized in prior years. So if you factor that out, it's what, 35 to 33, kind of on a run rate basis.
Just to clarify my question a bit, it was more of, we know that we have a bit of attrition or we lose some students who were awarded scholarships, and academically they may have lost eligibility for those scholarships.
Right.
So my question was really along the line of how much of that attributed it to the lower amount of scholarships that we were giving out. And it may be negligible. It may not be a lot at all. It was just a question.
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to follow up. Off the top of my head, I don't know that. I can't imagine it's a lot, but let me get back to you on that.
Trustee Chapman.
I want to go back to the departmental dollars as well. There was $15 million found at the foundation. Do we know if there's a line item or how much for operating or unrestricted dollars at the foundation?
I don't have that number off the top of my head in the foundation. You're just talking unrestricted dollars that are sitting in the foundation. I'd have to get back to you on that. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I assume that the dollars that typically go into the foundation are mostly restricted, but there could be an unrestricted piece. I would just have to go find that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and with that question, and I just wonder, even with it being unrestricted, if it's unrestricted, does that revert to the university being able to direct where the funds go, or is it foundation directed? So I think there would be still maybe a distinction of, if there's unrestricted funds, what would be available for university use versus what the foundation would be able to direct.
That's exactly right, and I think that's why I'm a little bit hesitant Trustee Chapman on the answer, because I feel like the foundation, I really need to like dive into that, like what's truly unrestricted, because I feel like, yes, monies come in, donations come in, and most of the time they're for a purpose. And just, I would want to make sure I understand, if it's for a purpose, that would, in my world, not be totally unrestricted. And that's all. I just want to make sure that I have.
It would really be both. What would be foundation directed that's unrestricted, and what could be university? I would want both numbers.
Okay.
Any other questions from trustees?
No, but Trustee Chatton, to your comment, I think that also is an opportunity for the university to work more efficiently with the foundation.
Mhm.
And I think we're starting that process.
Yeah.
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 All right, any other questions? There appear to, oh, no problem. Trustee Smith Knight.
It's more about process, to your point, President Tucker. So I know we have a campaign going, give for Juneteenth. What's the typical amount of time for those dollars? Because I think we're encouraging people to give to the general fund so that there are no restrictions. What's the amount of time that takes to actually get to the university? Does anybody know that?
Dr. Tony, do you have an answer for it?
The question is, how long does it take for general fund donations that are received through the foundation to be transferred to the university?
So once the funds hit the foundation accounts, then once whatever they are designated for, so in that particular instance, that's for the president's fund, for him to be able to give to students as needed, then he is able to make that request for those funds. So similarly to what happened with Close the Gap, with Dr. Goldman, I think Dr. Melton and the president, they identified the criteria and then assigned it to the student's account. So once it hits the foundation, they're available. Yes, immediately.
Is there a way? Come back.
Well, and I will say, just before you ask your
Yeah.
question, Trustee Chapman, we do intend to have a presentation from Dr. Tony. Feel free to ask your question now, but I do appreciate the questions from you and then Trustee Smith Knight, because this is another revenue driver that can potentially make up not only the gap on revenue, but it also makes up the gap on enrollment and helps drive our recruitment strategy. But I want you to go ahead and ask your question now so you don't. Okay. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Okay, I would like to take up 3 motions in succession. The first motion will be for the tuition increase. I will ask for a motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 tuition and mandatory fees increase as contained in our materials for this committee meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Norfleet,
Yes.
Trustee Trauber,
Yes.
Trustee Winton. Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. The next item for approval is the fiscal year 2024-2025 estimated budget. I will ask for a motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2024-2025 estimated budget. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Norfleet,
Yes.
Trustee Trauber,
Yes.
Trustee Winton,
Yes.
motion passes.
And then the last item for proposed approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. I would ask for a motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Norfleet,
Yes.
Trustee Trauber,
Yes.
Trustee Winton,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
All right. The next item on the agenda is the report on institutional advancement. The materials for this agenda item are included in our materials for this committee meeting. I ask Dr. Lolita Tony to provide the information in connection with this agenda item.
Okay, all right. Good morning, trustees, Chair Trauber. So I am pleased to provide an update on the institution advancement's progress so far for this fiscal year. While we have seen some wins in our donor engagement, we've also been navigating some external challenges, and which you will see have impacted our corporate giving. So today I'd like to just share. Oh, is my good? Okay, thank you. If you want to do the okay, thank you. Share some of those. So as of May 24, we had secured about $5.37 million in donations this fiscal year. This reflects a decline of approximately 610K, largely due to a drop in our corporate contributions. So what we have been experiencing is that many of our corporate partners have cited some concerns about the university regarding some of the narratives and some of the questionable stability that has been plaguing the university. In response to a lot of these headwinds, we have engaged Interim President Tucker to support our donor conversations, to help restore confidence in where the institution is going from both a leadership perspective as well as a fiscal perspective. To note also, we will see that we have had a increase in our alumni giving, which is something we're very excited about because since fiscal year 20, we had been on a continual decline. So over the past fiscal year, what we've seen is alumni become more engaged, and we found that we have more new alumni donors that are now participating and supporting the institution. So as I was just saying, so encouragingly, our alumni giving has increased. And that is actually from fiscal year 20, not fiscal year 19. That is the correction. So we've achieved a 15% growth year over year from last year in our alumni giving. So we are hitting the 10% alumni giving range, which for TSU is really, really good because typically we stay below 8%. And so our other institutions usually are around about the 20%. Of course, we have the high achieving organizations such as like Spelman that typically are around 30, 35%. So for us to hit double digits is a huge win for us. Also, we have been able to see a surge in our student giving. So we had a 134% increase in that, which is an indication of growing philanthropic engagement among some of our younger stakeholders. So, we really are trying to engage students from the time that they come to campus, so with the university. Next slide. So our stewardship. So our stewardship improvements are helping to drive some of our results. So there has been a 40% increase in giving among our retained donors this year. There's a significant increase in first-time donors too. As I mentioned, a lot of that is around our alumni, presenting some future retention opportunities. So while the average gift size is growing, the pace has been a little gradual. So that's why we are doing more of our targeted appeals and impact reporting that will help us to help drive the larger gifts. To help assist with this, we are migrating to Blackbaud, which is a modern development software platform. So it is highly unusual for an institution of TSU size or for as long as we've been around to not have a platform such as this. This makes reporting and fundraising much easier. So the complete migration is expected by fall of 2025. So as I mentioned, Blackball will help us with the segmentation of our donors and also the ability to personalize our stewardship and track our progress. We are also going to be producing an annual report. So this is the first time that we've sent out or have completed or produced an annual report in several years. And this will help to strengthen the transparency and donor confidence. So to enhance alumni engagement, so one of the key targets that we have really been focused on was really getting alumni involved, because again, the more alumni involved, the more the easier it is to get others involved and engaged too when they see that alumni are participating. So in an effort to increase our alumni engagement, we launched class reunions for classes ending in 0 and 5s this year. So as of this report, $434,258 had been raised, and we had 74 alumni attend the reunion weekend. So the goal for the team is to close it out by fiscal year end with $500,000 raised. We did send out a survey to the respondents, and 95% of the alumni survey respondents reported participating. That reported participating in the events. 76% of them felt connected to their classmates, and that is what is designed to do, to keep them engaged, to keep them connected. So our next, as was mentioned, our next major opportunity or initiative is a TSU Day of Giving. So this is aligned with our Founders Day. So we don't traditionally do a structured Founders Day celebration at Tennessee State. However, we think it's very important that we do acknowledge and celebrate this day. And so in an effort to close out the fiscal year strong, we have decided that this would be our TSU Day of Giving. So we have set the ambitious goal of $300K for this day. And so it will have some segmented campaigns for both faculty and staff, for alumni, for our religious organizations and our students, and also our donors, our lapsed donors. So our donors who have not given yet this year, we are having a special appeal to them to encourage them to make their gifts. And this is a critical and final push to really close out the fiscal year on a strong note. So in summary, the institution advancement team, we continue to try to build momentum, and we're trying to really put in some structure for long-term fundraising growth. So as I mentioned, as of May, we've raised $5.37 million in donations as of May 24th. And while this does reflect a decline compared to previous year's givings, and the anomaly that we experienced a couple years ago, we are encouraged by our alumni and student engagement and giving. We are trying to address these challenges with our corporate partners and our foundation partners. Again, with having President Tucker accompany us to be able to share where we are, where we're headed, and why confidence is appropriate in this space. We, of course, appreciate the board's continued support as we work towards our fundraising goals.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tony. If the other trustees will bear with me, I do have some questions, comments on this presentation. Dr. Tony, if you could go to the slide showing the comparison for the gifts for 24 and 25.
Mm-hmm.
What was the total amount for 23?
I don't have that with me. I'd
Okay.
have to go pull that for
All
fiscal
right.
year 23.
What were the targets for 24 and 25?
So the target, so initially when I came in May of 22, the president at that time said that she would like to raise 25 million in 3 years. And so I worked around a strategy based upon the information that I had at that time to develop targets. So for 24 and 25, the targets were $10 million.
So the targets were 10 million each or 10 million
Each.
total?
2 million each.
Okay, so 10 million target for 24 and we ended up at 5.9, and then 10 million target for 25 and we ended at 5.3, and you don't know the number.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I can
For
get you that.
23.
I can get you. So what the final fiscal year number is, I can get that to you.
Can you get that to us tomorrow for the board meeting?
Mm-hmm.
And then what is driving, or what do you believe has, I think you mentioned that the corporation and business donations were down, and alluded to the fact that that could be because of some of the negative press things surrounding the university. Are there other things that would have driven that number down? Because I would see that as an opportunity to reach out to our partners at corporations that we have worked with in the past, or some that we would want to work with in the future, that if we are experiencing some difficulties, this would be a perfect opportunity to increase rather than decrease. Look at the alumni giving, it actually increased, and maybe some of that drove alumni to give, but want to understand why it would not have driven corporations and businesses to give.
So I came May 9th, 22, August 22. You remember we started to have the situation with students and the housing, and so we just started to head towards a horrific iceberg. So at that time too, we had a number of partners who had just come on board with big commitments, and so and I'll use this one as an example. When I came, Amazon had committed $800,000 to the university. We had not worked to fulfill those commitments with Amazon. When I came that July, I reached out to Amazon, seeing that they were a big partner, to see what was going on, and so found out that from a university standpoint, we had not done our due diligence. So I worked very hard with Dr. Melton to then get those things established. So it went from something that was supposed to begin at the top of 2023 to something that didn't, it's supposed to begin at the academic year of 22 to something that didn't begin until the top of 2024. So when you have those types of things with the partner, so then we have to go back to the partner and say, sorry, we have not executed with what we're supposed to do. We need some more time. We need this, we need that. That puts a strain on that relationship. And at this point, we cannot go back because we still need to do what we need to fulfill. And in that particular instance, we're having difficulty with even getting the response back from them on the additional extension. And this is even with a personal relationship that I have. So those are the types of things and the headwinds that we've been going through. And so we're trying to navigate that. So yes, you might think that people would say, oh, they need us more than ever, which I think that's where alumni have stepped in. But with some of the partners who have made investments and we have not properly delivered, then that's where we have these other challenges. And that's where we have really been working to really kind of shore that up. So that's why we have that stewardship piece in place. There are I could go on for days on the partners and where those deliverables were not happening until we put that in place, which is why we have Angela to ensure that when we enter into an agreement with a partner, whatever those deliverables are, that they are delivered. Whomever on campus has that deliverable we work with them to make sure that that deliverable is executed and reports are getting out timely.
Okay, thank you. Two more questions, and then
Can I
I'll.
add to your question, if you don't mind, a response? I think we need a transformational change as it relates to what our strategy is for engaging corporate partners to participate with Tennessee State. And what I mean by that specifically is today, our value proposition to get their attention has to be foundationally based in how we help them achieve their business goals and their strategic plan. If that's putting together capability within our academic team to have a curriculum that meets some of their needs, such as nursing at HCA, that partnership for it to really work well is, are we helping them solve their strategic needs as an organization? Because it's no longer just show up and say, hey, can you give me a donation? But we have to get better at creating those individual partnerships with corporations that help them drive their results.
Yes.
And I think that's the big opportunity for, as we go forward, to reset that relationship with the corporations.
Yes. President
Oracle,
Tucker.
Amazon,
Yeah. And we
all
talked
examples of that.
HCA. So we had a conversation with a very large partner who said that they were not going to make a reinvestment in a certain program. And so in bringing the president and us having the conversation about bringing the reinvestment into the institution, but maybe aligning it better with what the partner needs are.
And then I also add to that, Charles, is that we're negotiating in conversations with Meharry, because in some cases, to meet that strategic need of some of those corporations out there, it's a better value proposition to partner with others who have capabilities that help solve in addition to us. And Meharry is an example of that in terms of a significant opportunity with Oracle around changing the interaction between physicians and their patients, and then using AI as a component to have those interactions become much more effective and add value to the relationship. We're talking to them today about how Meharry and us can take advantage of that opportunity potentially at Oracle as opposed to individually. So it's more of we've got to step back and look at that whole process in the entire fundraising piece as well, and reset that strategy going forward.
Thank you. Two questions, and then I'll open up the floor for other trustees' questions. So you mentioned you joined TSU in 2022. So at that point, and I don't know what the actuals would have been for given in 2022. Maybe that's something you could also share with us as you share for 2023. I would assume there was a base level of donations that you walked into that have been kind of reoccurring on a year-to-year basis. And that base number of donations plus donors, and then President Glover asked for $25 million over 3 years, and then you had the targets for 24 and 25 at $10 million. What strategies were you implementing to drive that, whatever the base years were, to drive that growth? And where do you see the opportunities going forward to get to that type of growth? Like, where did you miss? What were some strengths that you picked up during that time that you felt were strong and helped you? And then where were the opportunities for growth while you missed those targets?
So when I came in, the reason why I said yes was because at that time, Dr. Glover had a national platform. And so knowing that to have a president that was nationally recognized, that was not afraid to walk into the rooms to make the ask, that was what I used, what I leveraged. And so at the time, she was also, president of Alpha Kappa Alpha at the same time. And so one of the things she shared with me, which, I mean, is totally, what anybody would do, is that, she said any person that was an executive that she had that relationship with, she was talking to them about TSU. And so, of course, that opens up the door with your personal relationships. So knowing that she had those national personal relationships, that's what we were going to leverage. So looking at what she had done which it all really kicked off about 2020. So if you look at the report that I submitted in March, which I'll pull those numbers back up, it all kicked off in 2020. So right when we hit the George Floyd Black Lives Matter piece, that's when we saw that uptick. We saw the anomaly. But if you look at TSU giving before that annually, you'll see that it's in that 5 million, 4 million. In 1 year, it was like $1 million. So we had never hit that type of number ever well, at least since fiscal year 2018. We had not hit that type of number. It was an anomaly. But thinking that we could ride the wave, the momentum that was created. However, as I mentioned, then came August and came all the negative publicity, all the hoopla around what was happening at TSU. And so then we hit the top of the fiscal year, and we're in the SBC meetings. We have all of these things about the board, the president, removal. So we started hitting all those negative headwinds that I, of course, didn't see coming. I'm sure no one at the table saw coming. And so then that's what impacted things. And so then we're trying to just keep things stable. I'm trying to make sure that the partners who have signed on, that they get what they expected that they would get, and that we could maintain those relationships, and that we could continue to try to grow some relationships, which we are growing relationships. So like we've brought on, if you see in my report, there's a couple of new partners, prospective partners who have asked if the president can come to visit their headquarters because they want to have that opportunity. So we're working to build it. And so it's taken some time now, I think, with having the president that we have, having the new board structure, and having the plan is creating some level of confidence. I had a conversation, which I brought Dwayne in on, and actually it's a gift in honor of Bill Freeman. And it's a $200,000 gift. But initially, we're talking about the before we even got to the numbers, it was the big question about, we know that he loved TSU, but we just don't feel comfortable in investing with what we're seeing. And so I said, you know, we have a plan. We're moving forward. We're going to be solid. We're going to be here. And so it took me saying, listen, let me bring Dwayne to the Masonic Lodge. And so we went to the Masonic Lodge one morning and had the conversation. So then they said, yes. We feel good. We're going to do it. So that's where we are. That's what we've been trying to mitigate. Is this? I had no idea that we were going to hit this iceberg.
Yeah, no, understandable, and I understand the impact of George Floyd's death and how that may have led to an increase in giving, not just to this university, but just across the board to a lot of different causes. But I will make one comment that instance, that moment in time for this country was also not positive. It was a negative mark on this country, but it led to what you're saying was kind of a wave of gifts. And that's what I would be hoping and expecting, that TSU has had a moment that was negative, or moments that are negative. And I would expect to see some positivity or opportunity to turn that into a positive, especially from a giving standpoint.
And I think we have done that with alumni. And so, and again, you know, alumni, that's our greatest resource. That's our greatest pool. And so the introductions to companies, the introductions, the opening up doors, you know, even from the foundation board. And so whenever we have those, we immediately, you know, are responsive to those pieces. But I would say what George Floyd did, what companies did for George Floyd, when the George Floyd moment happened in Black Lives Matter, when companies started to put money into their DEI, I think that's what alumni did for TSU when TSU started to go through what it was going through. It was because we saw groups on Facebook who would normally be tearing down, saying, hey, can we raise some money? So I feel like alumni put their arms around the institution in a way that we had not seen in a while, to support it, which is why we see the growth.
All right, questions from the committee members? Sure.
I have a couple of questions. The first one is, you mentioned the software. What's the timeline for getting that implemented?
So we had our first kickoff meeting last week. I think it was last week. We had our first kickoff meeting last week. So we're working with Layron Walker, who is actually on the foundation board, who is a technical genius. And so he has really helped to shorten the runway for us by the amount of technical input he's been able to give. So when I asked last week where we were looking for, where we were on our timeline, I was told by early fall.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Just to add to that, I think the benefit for the university is that the foundation is funding, I think, the first 2 years before
Yes,
the
and then after
ongoing
that,
costs come back to the university.
well, then it's they're funding the first 2 years,
Right.
and then the third year moving forward, there's a split. But the balance, the majority of it falls on the foundation side.
is there a certain giving requirement before, so does the foundation do they just take half no matter what we get in, or what is the,
No, they're just paying for the platform.
right, but I'm saying the ongoing utilization of it, is there a certain amount that we have to raise? So, for example, if we raise $1 million in a year,
Mm-hmm.
and the foundation says, oh, well, y'all need to handle all that at this point in time because you've raised enough money, is there anything in there that incentivizes or says, hey, TSU, you're going to have to raise a certain amount before we're going to implement any of these things?
Not in the current agreement, no.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because the work, the information that is housed within the platform is all foundation information.
Okay, thank you.
But also, is it safe to say that part of the benefit from using this is to be more timely in terms of responsive back to donors, which has been a significant issue for us, and also identifying potential donors. Is that fair?
Absolutely. Right now, we're on a banner platform, which is not a development platform at all. So even to track donors, their interactions, their engagement, it's basically a game of telephone because there's no record keeping. But in this platform, we'll be able to keep those records and be able to have that information.
My next question is about student engagement. You mentioned that you've had more students to give. What is their engagement with alumni? I know that some schools have their students engaging in contacting alumni directly. Do we do anything like that?
Yes, so within the Alumni Relations Office, there are 2 student organizations. There is the Pre-Alumni Council, and there's the Legacy group. Additionally, we partnered with Big Brothers Big Sisters this past year with a program. It was my office, Alumni Relations and Student Affairs, which was a mentor-mentee program with Big Brothers Big Sisters. And again, it was done in the vein of being able to identify and support and undergird students early on with any types of challenges they might be having. So my office does that. And of course, there's always they do the alumni talkbacks, which is partnered with with Student Affairs, where different alumni come back and do sessions where they'll talk about, like they did one in professional sports. I think they've done one in politics, in communications. And so we partner with Student Affairs on that perspective.
Thank you.
Trustee Norfleet, any questions?
My question was centered around the software rollout, but it's been answered. Thank you.
All right. Questions from other trustees? I know Trustee Chapman had some questions. Let's start with, it looks like she's deferring her time. I see both Trustee Smith and Trustee Qualls. I don't know who was first. Let's just go around. We can start. Trustee Qualls. Your mic is on, so that's why I'm picking you.
That's funny. Numbers, comparisons. We take advantage of matching gifts, and hopefully everyone is taking advantage of matching gifts with their corporations. Do these numbers that you're reporting here include matching gifts?
Yes, and I would have to go back and really kind of pull that out, which ones are. But yes, we do match gifts. Now that is a significant area of opportunity for us, for sure. And so moving to Blackbaud, that will help us. That will help us a lot with that.
Okay, and then on the total, going back to the $10 million for each of the year's goals, and we've talked a lot about our current partners and our existing partners, but of that 5.9 or 5.3, how much of that is new money? What new money have we raised this year?
I can pull that out for you. but I'll tell you, none of this is, none of these are pledges. These are all cash in the bank. Some of them may be some payouts, for HCA. I think maybe 400 of it. It might be from the existing of their payment. But I don't think. I think last year was the last bit of the Apple money, so I don't think there's any Apple money in here. Just maybe some HCA money.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily have to give specific companies, but a percentage of our total, what is new.
Okay.
And how we're reaching out. And I also want to say thank you for mentioning the Big Brothers Big Sisters. I'm on the board of Big Brothers and Sisters here, and to Charles's point, even in the midst of us going through what we were going through, it was really important that we supported the university throughout this. So thank you and the university for their commitment to partnering with us.
So one of my questions was a follow-up to Chair Winton's question about student engagement. I know for my law school, there are current students from that university that reach out to me to have conversations with me and ask me to give. So, and I guess, so are we doing anything like that? I've not heard, I've not received a phone call from a current student to ask me to give. So do we have anything like that?
So we actually did a phone bank for the first time in a while. We did a phone bank on Giving Tuesday. So, and actually student leaders did the calls. They did them actually out of our office. So I'm sorry if we did not call you, but we did have student leaders do a phone bank on Giving Tuesday.
When on Giving Tuesday? And so how many people did you all reach?
I have to go back and pull that. I can't remember, and I don't want to just throw out a number, so I'll have to go back.
And then I guess if you, whatever you gather, just like to know what that campaign brought in, how many people you reached,
From the phones.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah, and I know the phones, they reached some people, but I know there was a lot of, like with the numbers, phone numbers not necessarily being correct. And that's another thing that migrating to a new platform will help us with, because it helps us to update our records. Our records are not up to date. And so that will help us to have more current information and be able to have that stuff so we can, contact people appropriately.
I may have another question. Let Trustee Chapman go.
Trustee Chapman.
I have a question about the corporations and businesses. Do you know how much of this were those 2020 commitments that were made that have actually ended?
Yes.
Like a company had 3 to 5 years and we're now at that point.
Yes.
Is that the majority of this, that it's ended, or have those corporations actually stopped giving?
So there are 2 for sure who have ended, and one is we're not in a place to return. I think I just mentioned that we're still in the execution phase. We have there was another one that gave again in top of 2023, and so with some of the similar challenges, we're just now returning back to them. We've continued to keep them close, but we're just now coming back to an ask. We have another one that has ended that we have been trying to re-engage. Well, actually, the company got an award from us last fall, and so the contact person, we have been trying to schedule a meeting with her and the president, and just have not had any response yet.
I would ask that for the organizations that you're having a tough time getting in front of, if you would let us know.
Sure.
There may be some opportunity to leverage the board based on our relationships. Sure. So because of that, I would want to know who are all the corporations. And then you said there were only 2 commitments that ended, but there's 20 corporate organizations that we lost. Is that I'm reading this right? That we had 149 and 24, 129. in 25, and that's under 20. So are we saying we lost 20 corporations?
So, and it could be for a variety of giving. So it could be a corporation that maybe gave to the gala the year before that didn't give the next year. So I can pull out specifically what those are and what they gave to.
That would
So
be
it's not
helpful.
necessarily that it's a big university gift. It could be even a corporation that might have given, like when Western Union gave, I think it was $250 to athletics. That was a one-time gift. So that it didn't come back the next year.
Yes, that would be helpful knowing where the one-time gifts are.
Mm-hmm.
And that also leads to my next question, where the religious organizations are. I showed that there's not a change there in terms of number, but there's a big drop-off. Was that a one-time gift from?
That was
one
Mount Zion. They did 100,000 January of 2024.
With those big one-time gifts, do we know if there is an opportunity for those organizations to do what they did again? Was it like a, help TSU party? I mean, what was that?
So for Western Express, because I've been in constant communication with them about their gift. So their gift, they're MTSU alums, non-traditional alums, bootstrap company, wife and husband. They gave that one-time gift because that was during the time when TSU was, when we were talking about the 500,000 that was owed at 544. So they saw that and, were moved and said, well, we want to do something. So let's give the gift. So they gave the gift. And so there were some other things that we needed to do. And so then we started to try to work to make that, to do those things, fulfill those things. So, their gift was based upon what they saw and thought, hey, how can we help? This is awful. We want to build a relationship with TSU, and so.
Okay. Next question. When you talked about one of the corporations and not being able to get back in front of them, when you talk about the commitments, is it certain impact data that these organizations are requesting? What was the hiccup there?
So before I came, we weren't doing those impact reports. Since I've come, I've set up the schedule for the impact reports, and of course Angela helps with that as well, to make sure that we're getting those things out, because that's a big piece of it. So for example, when Links came back and said, hey, it's time for us to, we want to give our gift again, but we need our report. We didn't get our last report, so, which was pre-me. So let's make sure that we have these things on the schedule and we're doing those reporting. Again, moving to the platform will help to mitigate those types of challenges, so it doesn't become incumbent upon a person's memory or what someone has in their laptop, but it becomes part of what's in the pro forma of the processes in the system. So the system would alert you when you put it in that, hey, this report is due June 15th. It'll remind you May 1st that you gotta, you need to submit an impact report, and this is what you need to have.
I only have 2 more questions, Trustee. Just 2.
But they're all good questions. I would add to the ones that you already asked is that at least my engagement in the short term I've been here with corporations, it's self-inflicted to some degree. So when we talk about the fact that we're not meeting their requirements for the funding, it's also the customer service piece of that, and spending time and following up with them. And there's many examples where we never showed up for meetings that were scheduled, and we didn't communicate specifically about how the funds were going to be used. HCA is an example of that. Geodis is an example of that. So just stopping the self-inflicted options will help improve that dramatically. And I do think when you want to be successful in the corporation space, you got to bring people that talk the language. So using the resources around the table is very important. But more importantly, we need to expand that by bringing others in who have relationships. And part of that is part of this advisory board that we're going to put together here soon, because they have connections to corporations around town that can walk in day one and give credibility on behalf of the university. So I think that's the big opportunity for us to reset and do some things differently.
I have a question about, but as far as who's supposed to be, I know, but it follows up to what you said about not showing up to the meetings and not tracking the requirements for the giving. Whose job is that?
Well, it should be an accountability of the university. But when you look into some of those individual situations that happened there, that lack of timeliness and responsiveness was not necessarily left completely in this institutional department in which she runs, but in some cases it was just a failure of the executives who were committed at Tennessee State to show up and talk about it too. So it's a little bit of quite a bit of things that need to get better, but those things are all fixable.
Yeah, I would say to that point and that's what we're working to fix, because just truthfully, what you would see is that we would receive the funds, we'd have the fund conversation, receive the funds, deposit the funds, and then we'd walk away. And so there's more to do. So if it means that there's some deliverable around a career fair, around a day on the campus or whatever, like we need to do that. And then there's the deliverable of the reporting. There's the deliverable of the thank you. There's the deliverable of just inviting them when we're not asking for funds, but just because we want you to be connected and to see what's happening on campus. And so that's what we're trying to clean up. So as we have gotten in here and start to peel back the onion, we see that there are many opportunities, but we got to do some cleaning up first. There are some relationship repairing, and he's mentioned HCA. We know even before with HCA when they gave the $1 million before, and there was some kerfuffle with that, and they said they wouldn't come back, but they come back, and so we're trying to keep them here. And so we just have to be better stewards of our relationships, and that's what we're working to do.
I would encourage, before I ask my other two questions, to really tighten it up. Foundations are starting to really go deeper, and they're going to ask for more data than even what you send out on your impact report. That's coming. And with that impact data, to give you an example, it kind of looks holistically at what the organization is doing. But there are organizations that want to know specifically what did their dollar do. And being able to tell that story well so that they understand, is it worth it for them to be able to come back? So I would say definitely get ahead of that, not just the overall impact reporting of what 5 million did, but what is the impact of a 50 that another organization gave.
Yeah, and I would say, so that's what we do. So the reports that myself and the team put together, they are deep. So when I came, that the $1 million from Lowe's had come in, and I was trying to get my arms around that, and so it came time for the report. Well, we had a challenge because we had not given out the scholarships. So I worked with the scholarship director on executing on what was expected from the donor, and then gave the donor a very deep, detailed impact report on the particular gift. So $250 was for first generation, and $750 was for GAP, all to be spent in 1 year. So deep dive about each student, what they got, what was their GPA, where were they from, all those things, and even did a story. There was a story done on one of the students that graduated. And so when I turned that into them, they were impressed with that, and that's how we got the $350. So they said to me, "Hey, we're really impressed with what you did, so we want to give you another $350." So that's how we got the $350. And then I went to visit them in Charlotte at that March. So they called me in January. I submitted the report in December. They called me in January, and I went to visit them in March. So we try to make sure that we give very detailed information about how their money was spent and how, the impact that it had on a particular student. We also include student stories in there.
So you feel confident in your go forward that you're able to keep up with what the requirements are for each individual gift and that you have a team?
So
can do
when
that?
we move to this platform, so part of that is moving to the platform and also being able to manage that. So a lot of it is outside of my sphere of influence at this time, but that's part of moving in that direction so that we can have our arms completely around it and have some real management of it.
Okay, so going into that last two questions.
Trivia,
alumni
before you go into your
organization-
last question,
Uh-huh.
I have a comment or
Yeah.
request. If it's not, are these impact reports public or are they just things that you send to the company?
There is the impact report that comes out from an organization that is normally on their website that anybody can pull down. What is the impact of the organization? That additional detailed information is between the organization and that donor. That's their report.
And that's the one I'm talking about. So I mentioned that we haven't had an annual report in several years, so we're going to have an annual report this year, which would be the one that just tells the big picture. But the ones that we've been doing are the ones that tell your specific picture.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
you
but
want
I
that.
could also argue to your point, that needs to happen, the impact summary for all donors, just
Oh,
like
yeah. Oh,
corporations,
yeah.
individual
Oh, yeah.
donors,
Oh, yeah.
and first-time donors and everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Personally, I have my own endowment in the foundation, and I'd like to know what return on, what impact,
I know.
how those dollars were used as well, so.
I absolutely agree, which is why that's why in the previous conversation we shared about that migration of the duties so that we can do that because every donor should receive a report.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Going into the alumni organizations, are these the associations from across the country? Is that what this is?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Curious, and this may not be something we can dig deep into today, but a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
Are we aware of how much money sits on each alumni organization?
And from the foundation, what's sitting in their foundation account? But
I'm
if
saying
they have,
the actual alumni association itself.
so there is a report that they submit about what is sitting there. Of course, what's in each affinity group's account in the foundation and what they say they have under their as part of their assets. Anything that's kept outside of that, we don't know. We would know.
So I guess my overall question, and maybe this is a conversation with the Alumni Association president, is if an alumni association City X chapter has raised for that chapter $2 million and they've only sent $50,000 back to the foundation, what happens with those dollars and who has the right to decide? And how do we think about how those alumni associations are structured in a way that is more supportive of TSU?
So, to Trustee Quall's request, I have done quite a bit of research around that and have done some evaluations and made a recommendation to the president of where I think we should go to that line and kind of where the trend is moving. I know that the president's not ready to maybe have that for public discussion until there's some conversation with the TSU National Association president and those presidents. But I would say there's definitely a shift in the model. And what we're seeing is that more of that is coming within the institutions.
To answer your question, this has been a long-term challenge for the university going back when I was on the foundation board. There are chapters out there who have I would call and describe it as their own mini endowment. So they are accepting dollars coming in under the name of the university, but then to some degree controlling how those funds are distributed. Some cases is that we just want to take care of students in this area of the country because we raise the money in this area of the company. So we want to award those opportunities themselves, but that's the function of the foundation, to be honest about it. So if you then look at the inefficiencies associated with the current model, it just doesn't work. And my favorite one on that one is when I first retired, the National Alumni called me up. I got a lifetime membership, and I thought that gave me privilege like my American Express card at any other location, only to find out when I got to the Nashville chapter, I could show up at the meeting, but I can't participate, vote on anything, because I have to now get a new membership from the Nashville chapter, but I already got a lifetime from the national. So, in my opinion, this is one of those where you just don't tweak the edges on it. You got to go back and look at it and say, we need a transformational change on that one because it's impacting fundraising. I would say there's some potential red flags out there for the university if alumni chapters who have their own 501c aren't completing the audit requirements associated with that, but using the name of the university, I can go on and on and on and on. I think now the timing is right to pick that up where no other president has tried to change that, because all it takes sometimes is a crisis to happen. Pandemic, TSU's running out of money, we're going to go bankrupt. But then people stop and look back and say, we need to do something different. So what I'm picking up on all my visits out to the alumni chapters in the recent 2 or 3 months is that recognition that what we're currently doing is not the right path. And I see them now being more open to making a transformational change in the model than what has existed in the past. So I'm confident in the coming months as we talk and engage with the national and the presidents of the alumni chapters that we can put together a different mechanism for alumni giving.
And just one comment to that, and then we'll get to questions from Trustee Smith-Knight and then Trustee Young-Siegler. And I have a comment on the alumni associations also, if they're watching, and I hope they are, and I expect they probably are, that in addition to all the information that's been given, I also think there are some great efficiencies for the money being managed under one organization, especially with the money managers that we have. It allows the University Foundation to leverage better investment opportunities. And if anyone were to look at our audits and see the investment increases over the last few years, which I'll give Interim President Tucker a little bit of credit here for being on the foundation board, and then maybe even pat myself on the back, that the foundation has leveraged great investment opportunities through its money managers, and adding to that pot of money with the alumni associations would grow it even more. So that's just my plug. Trustee Smith-Knight.
Yeah, my question on the alumni associations is, if we've had the same number of donors for the periods that you've shown, why is that money decreasing?
On the alumni associations?
Alumni association, why would that number be decreasing? I get the friends or the corporations who are not connected to us, but from what we're seeing, it's the same number of organizations, but that's down $28,000. Have we talked to them about that?
So, I will say, in a point of transparency, so when I went in and looked under other organizations recently to pull that specific report, there are some that are misdesignated. So, so the staff member who has placed those in that space, I have another staff member working with her to align it. So, so what I'm saying is the difference may not be as great as we think. I think there's some that are in the wrong, they're in the wrong designation.
Can I continue? Okay, well then that's kind of where I wanted to find out more about this criteria for how we categorize organizations as corporations and businesses. What falls in that? Does that include small businesses?
So it does. So so it can come a number of ways. So if you are designated as an alum, degreed or non-degreed, like I could be considered an alumni non-degree, and I might place myself as a friend. So it's really how you decide to designate. If there is some question, like if we know it's definitely like Apple Corporation, we have that for sure. Or we know it's the Regents Foundation, then we know that for sure. If it's something that we're not sure of, then we ought to call to make sure that we understand what the donor's relationship is to the institution. And so what's occurred is that things were put in other organization when the individual wasn't sure about some of those. And so we're going back to help clean that up, because when I saw that there were some things that were misclassified, yeah, I said we need to take some time and go back and clean those up.
Okay, and then what's the criteria then for the companies that you pursue? Like, what is the profile for that company?
So usually it's a company that has some common interest with Tennessee State. Like there's something that aligns us together. Sometimes you know it, sometimes you don't know it. You can't, just trying to figure it out. And I'll use NASCAR for that. So I think when NASCAR was originally in the communication with TSU, it was from an athletics perspective. And then when I went to go visit them and had meetings with them, I learned that they wanted to be engaged from an engineering perspective. And so then it's, trying to figure out what that, what makes sense and where the investment may lie. So, and what's important to them. So for some, it's, definitely they want to see some level of ROI in the terms or by way of employee. So if they are engaging and they have interns, not every intern, but at least one intern should be saying yes, to the ask. Some it's not necessarily we want to have, they don't necessarily have to come work for us, but we do want to have the interns and we want to have the ability to have the students engaged. So it depends, but it usually starts with a conversation about something that is in something that aligns between us.
Thank you. And I guess, again, looking at that number 129, I think if we're just looking at really large organizations with those, we're going to miss some of the middle size or the smaller businesses who are in this area who, I don't know if that's you or somebody else that should be connecting with them. Part of my challenge is trying to figure out what the average gift is for those organizations. So this may be a data request, is if we can get an average gift by category. I was trying to do the math, but then it was just too much.
Category of
for each of these categories, what's the average gift?
Okay.
Or maybe the median gift.
Okay.
And then also if we could get information as the first time givers within those categories, that would definitely tell us this year what that looks like with all the work that's been done. And then the last question I have is related to other organizations. Is that nonprofit organizations? Like, who is in that group?
So it should be anonymous, and that's what I was just saying, that I noticed that there are some things that have been incorrectly designated in that space. So when I went to look recently at some of the specifics within that category, that's when I saw that there's some that should be in alumni and some that should be in corps. So we'll work to get that cleaned up.
Okay, last question. I know President Tucker has done a lot of appearances. At any point were we tracking how many people were reached? I was on a call where we shared how to upload or update your information. Did we track that anywhere? Are we seeing any traction from that?
You talking about from the town hall?
All of the various meetings that he's going to with the different constituents. So, of course, I went to one with my sorority, but I also went to one with the National Alumni Association.
Okay, so the one with your sorority, I probably not, because I didn't even know. I knew afterwards that he went there, so I did not know. I did not know he was going. But on the ones like for the alumni regional meetings, so I do ask the team to track those, track that engagement, and do the follow up.
Trustee Young Siegler, thank you for being so patient.
Thank you. On the different categories, I had a question about several different categories, so I'll just sum it up as this. Can you just supply us or provide us information on how these what fits in these different categories, how you do that. Also, I really want to point out that the faculty and staff giving has increased despite all of the downside, right sizing, downsizing, upsizing, whatever sizing we're doing.
That's Dr. Milton, that's not me.
So I really want to point that out. So faculty and staff who are alumni, they go under the alumni category. Faculty and staff who are not alumni, who just work here, are specifically for the faculty and staff category. Is that correct?
Or if they don't want to identify as alumni.
Okay. And also friends, we'll get that information about where everybody goes as far as that's
So
concerned.
friends
to make
would
sure.
be, none of those. Like, I would be a friend.
Yeah. So I was just trying to make sure that all of these categories are accurately reflected. Everyone is accurately reflected in all these categories.
So that's part of the cleanup and the move to.
Because if that's not true, then this data is not true.
Absolutely. So, and I don't disagree. That's been something I said since the beginning, is that because of the system that we're using, the data, the integrity of the data can be compromised because it's not assured. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to clean it up, and moving to Blackbaud will help us to do that because it helps to clean up. So we just had the meeting about the categories and the designations of gifts and ensuring that we have those definitions and that those are correct.
Okay. So we have 13 religious organizations in FY24 and FY25, and you told us that it was Mount Zion's gift that significantly decreased that. So what are we doing to target these other organizations to increase their gifts?
So we have in our in our day of giving, that is a segmented group for us, is our religious organization. So, and particularly those that have been supportive that we have not seen return for support. Typically, most of our religious organizations have supported around the President's event. But we've also talked about also having a Sunday of giving for TSU. So having like they have the HBCU days at churches, to have a day where it's TSU Day.
But it's not just churches, right?
No, I mean, yeah.
Okay. So it's just one event that we've planned for this. I mean, we've decreased for 87% if we're just targeting one group. So were we depending, Bishop Walker, were we depending on Mount Zion just for their gift? I mean,
No. I mean, we've made the ask. So also, this past year we also lost a person. So we no longer have an annual giving person. So what I've done is assign that to other individuals too. So we've been a team that is down personnel, and so people are having to take on other roles, but they're still part of it. So they get all of our appeals, they get all of our ask and all of our engagements still. But the ability to have someone just solely focused in that space, we just don't have that at this moment.
But to answer the question around my visits to alumni and ask, it's going to be counterintuitive what I'm about to say, but I'm asking them actually to raise some money, but keep it right now. Don't send it in, because we have too many competitive groups, whether it's the Roar thing we got going on with the athletic department out raising money for the athletic programs, or it's a particular initiative that we have underway right now. At the end of the day, we're going to the same people basically and asking for money. So we're not able to leverage the bigger goal, which I'm asking to hang on to the money, until we announce a big fundraising goal. And then give me your money, right, for that. Because some of the conversations, and I'm going to put Dwight Beard on there, hopefully he's listening, is that I need a placeholder from you while I'm there. And Dwight, if you've got over $100,000 or six figures sitting in your account, I need that to come into this fundraiser, because the momentum around moving that up to a bigger number, we need to get off to a good start. So I am asking the alumni to focus on raising their individual giving amount, making sure it's counted correctly going into the foundation. But as you work to do that today, hang on to it, put it under the, the cushions at your home. Hold on to that until we announce this, because we want to accelerate that process in terms of money coming in to demonstrate to third parties that we can raise significant amounts of money. And I'm pleased to know that I've met a lot of alumni who have capacity to, in some cases, not only give 6 figures, but potentially 7 figures. I'm telling them to buckle that up, because we're going to come at some point and say we needed to come into a university campaign. So it's a little counterintuitive, but I can see the results taking place, and there have been some commitments with each one of the presidents and the chapters that I've talked to, including Dwight, who are moving towards giving a 6-figure gift to the university as we move forward, because we're going to need all of those dollars to make a difference and change the perception about Tennessee State.
I have
Trustee
a
Chapman.
question.
Just one final
Trustee
question.
Young-Sigler.
If someone fits into multiple, when I say someone, if anything fits into multiple categories, how do you distinguish which category you put them in?
We don't, that person identifies.
Okay.
Trustee Chapman, and then we will close for
Yeah, these
questions.
my last two.
Last 2.
Yes,
All
I
right, got
promise.
one in the add-on.
Number one, is there a way, I want to make sure I have my arms wrapped around the rationale of wait to pay. Because if they are ready to support the university, why we just can't sit it in an account?
But because the challenge right now is, and I'll just use Dwight and the conversations I've had with them, there's quite a few people who show up asking for support by the Nashville Alumni Chapter, as an example. 1, can you help me with my tuition, right? 2, illustration purposes only, don't hold this against me. The cheerleaders, well, we want to go to this conference, can you give us some money? And then there's everything in between on those asks. Some of those things are duplicate, in my opinion, in the sense that some of those dollars are contemplated in the athletic budget, but individuals are going around that process to improve dollars that they can use for other activities that should be coming out of the athletic program within itself, and prioritizing those dollars. So the reason why I'm asking to stop those things right now is because as we make some decisions around the budget, people get very creative, and they say, well, let me just go back and do individual gifts and shake down to some degree the alumni chapters to solve some of the things that they should be solving within their own budget. So, and it's a lot of examples of that, and the only simple way I could think, because we're not talking about a long period of time, is that stop doing those things, because I would say those dollars could be better used going into the main campaign that we want to do versus responding to some of the requests that come back about giving more money to the cheerleaders and the sophisticated ladies and individual students who might already have a tuition coming to them, but they just want to top it off a little bit by not telling the whole story and just say, hey, can you help me with, on an individual basis, my tuition? I just think those things are just getting in the way. Hang on to that. We're not talking about 3 or 4 months, but stop doing some of those things that are redundant, that, you see what I'm saying? So that's the purpose.
So I want to clarify that. We're just saying, maybe because I'm a sophisticated lady, but no, I just want to clarify what you're saying. You're not saying, you're not asking people to give. You're saying you're stopping all the different requests from all the different entities within this organization, from the same organizations that give.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Or are you saying givers don't give to so many places? We're going to help you figure out how to direct your giving.
A little bit of both.
Okay, I heard that. But when can they give?
We're gonna announce very soon.
Just don't give today or tomorrow. You want
Well,
me to hold on to it?
Yeah, let me just simplify it for a little bit. Okay, if all I got to give, given my income and my expenses and what I have to pay to operate and live as an individual, if that number is 1,000, I don't think we want that broken up between the cheerleaders. Can you help part of that with my scholarship when it might not even be the right story about where to go to get that kind of thing, right? So keep my whole 1,000 right there, and then we're going to ask for you to send that in. What I asked for the folks in Memphis, as an example, is that we need a minimum of 1,000 for everybody. So they started collecting the money from individual members that night, but they never on individuals had any level of expectation. So my point is, if I can get you to say, we're gonna work on 1,000, somebody there soliciting to build that up, now you're sending me a check for $10,000 versus somewhere between 0 and some number about what's happening right now. Because again, I think that if we look at our path for sustainability as a university, we're gonna have to raise money ourselves significantly in order to have a cushion around some of the things that's going to impact our financials going forward that we can't control. But more importantly, it gives us the flexibility to make the investments for the university that we believe are needed to be done because we got a bigger number. I'm just not talking about that number right now for a lot of reasons.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say about this, but and I know we are approving a budget, but I'm assuming that you have had these conversations with, your departments and department heads and chairs and people. And I'm saying this because yes, I'm very guilty of wanting to see my accounting students go to, an accounting convention or conference. And if that's not in the budget, how are we working with those chairs to make sure that some of those student experiences still happen?
For sure. And I think a lot of that opportunities about that experience should take place through the budget that they have set up. We're just working that too many different ways in my mind, and we need to slow that process down and change it going forward.
Number 2. Yes, because I said 2. This is more of a request than a question, and you may have done this before, but it'd be helpful for me, is if we can know the grants that your team is applying for, the amount, and like a percentage of success. I'm curious if, how many nets are you throwing out and what are you getting back?
I think that's in the one I sent last week, but I can pull that back up for you. Yeah, I think that one's in that one. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Tony. There are quite a few follow-ups. I think people are expecting, and we hope to get those tomorrow. That's the benefit of having this committee meeting and then also our board meeting tomorrow. So look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. And just want to add further context to everything that's been said as we approve the budget and understanding where the university sits and looking at the budgets that we approved, the tuition increase that this committee approved that will be up for approval tomorrow, and understanding the university's efforts in reducing expenses and their efforts that I think we will hear more about to increase enrollment. And then also this very important topic, which we spent quite a bit of time on, but I think rightfully so, about how we can create some self-sufficiency in our donor gifts. So with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn this Finance Committee meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Secretary Brown, please call the roll.
Trustee Norfleet,
Yes.
Trustee Trauber,
Yes.
Trustee Winton.
Yes.
We have it.
All right, the meeting is adjourned.
Governance was scheduled to start at 11:15. Is that right? So we'll start at 11:30.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break then.
Good morning and welcome. The June 12th, 2025 Governance and Governmental Affairs Committee meeting of the Tennessee State University Board of Trustees is now called to order. The time is now 11:30 a.m. Central Time. I guess we can get started. Everyone is here. Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Smith,
Present.
Trustee Chapman,
Present.
and Chair Winton.
Here.
We're all present.
Thank you. There is one item on the agenda today, which is a legislative update. Leah Dupree Love will provide the information in connection with this agenda item.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Leah Dupree Love. Good morning to you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, other board members here, Mr. President, and everyone else who has come today to hear the legislative report. First thing, he's walking away, but I do want to just thank Mr. President for your willingness to come down to the legislature this year. It made a really big impact on our relationships and improving our relationships. And it was great working with you this session, and I do hope that you felt that it was beneficial to you, and that I do look forward to our working relationship in the future. And so I just want to thank you for that, because that is so important, and it did make the job, my job and the Ingram Group's job, much easier, knowing that we had someone down there who was able to positively interact with the legislature and the executive branch. So thank you so much for that. So I do want to start with that, because we did have a wonderful year this year working with the legislature and the executive branch. So thank you for that.
Can I also thank you for setting up those many meetings? Because, you know, when you're transacting what I call business with others, you have to establish some kind of relationship with them in order to begin to move forward and reset expectations as well. So your navigating of putting me in the right place with the right people was very helpful. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And so we did begin the 2025 legislative session on January the 14th, and that started with a special session. And because that we had a special session this year and it being an organizational session, the TSU Day on the Hill that was scheduled for February, I think the 5th or the 6th, it had to be rescheduled. And it ended up not being a TSU Day on the Hill. Fortunately, we were able to work with THAC and Dr. Mosby and kind of piggyback on an HBCU day. And so it wasn't the traditional TSU Day on the Hill, so I don't want to feel like any board member or any alum missed out on anything. It really was the students coming to the legislature, dropping off swag bags, and just being there for all things HBCU. I will say that people did think it was TSU Day on the Hill because of the way the students, faculty, and staff did show up. I know Trustee Knight Smith, you were up there for something else, and you ran into us and you saw that, and it did look like a TSU Day on the Hill. And so the offices loved the swag bags and the plants that the Department of Ag provided, and a lot of those plants have beautifully bloomed, and so people are appreciative of that. And so I do want to thank the faculty, staff, and students who were able to participate in our HBCU Day on the Hill. During the regular session, the Ingram Group, we worked with the other locally governed institutions as well as the UT system and just other stakeholders, and we were able to advance supportive legislation and block any harmful bills. Of all the bills that were filed this year, we were tracking around 43 pieces of legislation that impacted higher ed, and roughly a dozen of those ended up passing. And topics included anything from the athletics department with name, image, and likeness updates to how we handle pronouns in public institutions or discrimination based on race, ethnicity, national origin, sex, and religion. And so I did share a memo and a list of these bills to the leadership. And so I don't know if that has made it to your packet yet. If not, we can get that resent out because I want to make sure that all the board members and the committee members have this, the memo that I sent out with all the bills that ended up passing. We also worked with the administration on 12 resolutions, which I know that you all know about because 2 of those each, one in the House, one in the Senate, was for your confirmations. And so we hope that you felt prepared, not overwhelmed, and it was an easy, painless process for you to have your confirmation hearings. And so the next time you do that, we hope that there are no nerves and that you are just well prepared for your confirmations. And so we are excited that all your confirmations were approved and confirmed. A couple of things that happened in the budget this year when we talk about being a land-grant institution and what that funding looks like and being fully funded. I am happy to say that the 4 buckets that we do talk about when we talk about that did receive funding this year. And so even if you're not familiar with that, and so this will be sent out to you too. I don't know if you have that, so you don't really have to write this down necessarily because we'll make sure this gets back out to you. But the TSU McMinnville Center did receive $1.6 million. The TSU Institute for Agriculture and Environmental Research received a little over $6 million. The TSU Co-op Education received $6.2 million, and the TSU McIntyre Stennis Forestry Research Program received $233,000. And then another bucket of money that was received by the university this year is something called outcome growth, and all universities, public universities, receive some money in outcome growth. And I'm bringing attention to this because this number can fluctuate over the years. So this outcome growth is recurring funding that is associated with the institution's outcomes, like our increases in student progression, degree production, and other outcome measures related to our mission and this formula that they've implemented. And this funding is also used to help the institution to provide salary increases. And so I say that, and so when you hear this number that TSU has, TSU received $1,738,400. So that may sound like a lot, but when you compare that, and I'm going to mention the other universities, when you compare the outcome growth to other universities, UT Chat received $2.6 million, UT Knoxville $11.7 million, UT Martin $1.5 million, Austin P $2.5 million, ETSU $3.3 million, University of Memphis $5.8 million, MTSU $4.7 million, and Tennessee Tech $2.6 million. And so these numbers, again, are based on a formula. And so I wanted to just bring that to the board's attention when you do get the memo and you do see outcomes growth. That number can be higher. And, but that is based on, again, student progression, degree production, and other outcome-based measures. And so I wanted to just say that on the record so you can hear that, and not that we compare ourselves to other universities, but just to see where that number could be a little higher. Again, TSU is at $1.7 million. Okay. And then also there was money in the budget for the Avon Williams campus, a chiller that we needed some work on, and so some money was approved for that. And so there are 2 items that I really want to pay attention to and bring your attention to that came out of this session that I think is really important to the board. And the first one was a piece of legislation that, and I know Dr. Qualls was watching this closely, and so she was always texting me about this. But there's a piece of, there's a piece of legislation that dealt with boards and the makeup of boards. And I do want to just spend maybe 2 to 3 minutes on this, just so, I don't know if you were following this or what this piece of legislation did, but Currently, each university board has 10 members. That is 8 appointed by the governor, 1 student, and 1 faculty. So that's 10. So this piece of legislation, this applies to all boards, so it's not just TSU specific, but it increases from 10 to 12 members of a university board. And it also reduces from 8 to 6 the number of governor appointees. And so what that looks like is this. So before I do that, it also requires the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House to have 2 appointments, okay? So what that looks like for us is this. So as of right now, and we're gonna ignore or put our vacancy, because we do have 1 vacancy on the board now. We're gonna put that over here because that was a governor's appointee. So what that looks like is this. As of today, the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate each can appoint a member to this board, or any board, but we're talking about TSU specific, can appoint 1 person each to the board. And then as members roll off, as your term ends, the first 2 who term ends, those become no longer a governor's appointee. They become 1 speaker, 1 House appointee. Does that all make sense? Okay. So with, oh yes,
What happens if 3?
we're going to get to that one real
Okay.
quickly. So I know, but then I don't know. So there are 3 of you. So you've done your homework to see when you all roll off. So there are 3 of you who roll off in 2027, and that's Trustee Qualls, Trustee Northfleet, and Trustee Chapman. So in an ideal world, it would have just been 2 of you, and then each one of those appointees would be a speaker appointee and a Speaker of the House and a lieutenant governor's appointee. When it's 3, I don't know how they will decide which 2 would be for the legislature and then which 2 will be for the governor. I do not have that answer. When I do get that answer, and that will be closer to 2027, I will let you know. But it does not mean that members cannot be reappointed. It just means the appointing authority has changed. Does that make sense? Okay. And just so we know, Trustee Trauber has, his term ends 2030, Trustee Winton 2028, Trustee Demita Knight-Smith is 2028, and Trustee Smith 2028. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So yeah, that bill was passed this past legislative session, and then another bill that was passed dealt with, and I'm sure this will be addressed later at some point. I'm reporting on this because it was a piece of legislation, but what that looks like in application, I'm almost certain that Mr. President or another someone else will report on this. But there was some legislation that redirected how our non-committed funds from our capital outlay, how that was going to be used. If you recall, if you were following a couple of years ago, there was some money that was allocated to the university after it was found that $544 million was essentially owed to the university. And so some of that money was put aside for capital improvements. And so that money was not spent at that time. And so because of the financial situation we were in, we were able to work with the legislature and the executive branch to figure out a mechanism to get that money redirected. Because it was already earmarked, something had to happen to redirect it. And so this piece of legislation will allow the university and the government to redirect that money when we need it. And so the steps to that is the university is required to submit a request of those funds to the comptroller. And then the comptroller, upon receiving that request, will consult with the commissioner of the Department of Finance and Administration, the institution, as well as THEC, which is the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. And then after that, the comptroller and the commissioner of FNA and the institution enters into an MOU, and then the comptroller and FNA, they'll jointly approve or deny that redirection. And so that is the process of how that works. And so that was a piece of legislation that passed this year. And so I wanted to make sure that you understand what that was, why that happened. If there are any questions about that, I can imagine someone will ask you about that on the streets, but just for your personal information, so that when you do hear about an MOU that comes in the future, you'll understand where that came from, why that it's here. I'm not the chair, but it looks like you have something to say, Mr. President.
I was going to actually wait to go back to the appointment of future trustees. I didn't keep up with the bill. Did the final bill eliminate either the student trustee or the staff? I'm sorry, the faculty?
No, because those appointments those are not made by the legislature or the executive branch. Those are internal. So legislation just says that you can have a student trustee and you can have a faculty trustee, but they don't have control over who those people are. Okay. All right. If there are no questions about that bill, there's one final thing I do want to mention. So in 2016, with the passing of the Focus Act, TSU and other public universities joined a process that other state departments and boards have been involved in for several years, and that's the sunrise and sunset process. And so a sunrise is when you are created, and a sunset is when you are dissolved, if that makes sense. And so TSU, like any other public university, any other department, has to go through this process every 2 to 6 years, depending on what your audit looks like. And so TSU entered into this process in 2016. And so when we had our sunrise, if that makes sense. And so again, boards exist typically 2 to 6 years, depending on your audit. And in 2024, TSU's board was given a 2-year extension. And so that means that the summer, fall, before that June 2026 expiration or sunset, another audit will happen, and a recommendation will be made to the legislature based on that audit. And so moving forward, you'll hear, by the time you get to your next board meeting, the audit may have concluded or be going on. And so when you do hear information about that, that is a process that is not unique to TSU, but we're just a part of that process because in 2016 we were given our own board. And so we will not know the length of that extension until the end of the audit. And there will be some hearings leading up to that. But I did want to keep the president and the board updated on that process. Will be coming up because their 2-year will end June 2026. And so TSU and other universities and other state departments, everyone has to go through the same process. And so we are hopeful that we'll have an audit that will at least give us 2 to 3 years extension, and then we'll just do that process over and over again. And so session did adjourn April the 22nd, and the next session will begin on January 13th, 2026 at noon. In the interim, I'll be keeping you updated on things that happen over the summer. One thing that the Ingram Group does not do for the university, but we do at times share information on the federal level, and TSU is a member of, or has been a member in the past of, our Tennessee Business Forum, which we give an update to all Tennessee businesses about what's going on at the federal level. And one update that I do have right now is that our congressman who's over our area, Mark Green, he has decided to resign. And so there will be a special election on who will be the new congressman over our area, which does include Tennessee State University. And so when I do have more information about what that looks like and anything that's impacting higher education, particularly HBCUs at the federal level, I will get that information to your chair, Mr. President, and General Counsel, so that that can be shared out with the committee and the entire board. And so, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do any committee members have any questions?
I have a question, just at a high level. What is in the Sunrise Sunset audit? What makes that an audit? What are they looking at?
Okay, so they are looking at your finances and operations. So any audit that, well, I would say this a typical audit. So they're looking at your finances and your operations. And so, do you have repeat findings? You know, they're looking at all of those things. Are you improving on findings that you had, or that you had, or observations that you had the previous cycle? And so those are the things that they're looking at. And I don't know what time frame. Mr. President, do you know what time frame they're looking at when they look at this audit? Because I don't know if the audit will be from.
I'm not sure, but I can tell you that not long ago, they wanted to start a sunset audit of Tennessee State, and we were able to talk to the comptroller's office, and they moved that away. And I think that was very helpful with everything we had going on at the time. So that was positive. I'm not sure when they're going to come back again to schedule that, but I'm sure they're going to let us know.
It's usually late summer, fallish when they're doing that, because they'll make the recommendation for the January session.
Because we're hopeful that we finished up the 23 audit, and the goal would be to finish up the 24 audit this year, which I think gets us in a better place, so that we don't have the same repeat items as well. So to layer on one more audit on top of that sort of stretches us. But I found the comptroller's office to be very flexible and trying to accommodate our needs.
Absolutely.
Trustee Trauber.
And just a comment on that, I would expect during our audit committee meeting that we could probably receive some information about when we could expect that sunset audit to occur, if it hasn't already begun, which I do recall that there was some proposed delay and that it was delayed.
So something will happen soon, because per legislation, we will sunset. I mean, the university's not going anywhere, but just the process of sunsetting will occur in next year. So we will need to start a process of whatever that looks like.
Did you have a question? Okay, Trustee Qual.
So we heard the announcement on the news that UT had already received one of their new board members. Is there a time frame that we can expect that they'll be appointing more board members to the LGIs or the systems?
Whenever they find somebody. So it's just there's no time frame of when they have to have it done by. I mean, because we're still sitting on a vacancy right now. So I imagine it will be soon, but the next couple of weeks.
Do we know how our vacancy will be treated in this process?
This is a LEA thing, but I believe it will be treated as a governor's appointee.
Think we'll get all three at the same time?
I do.
Trustee Trauber.
And I'm not clear on this, switching topics a little bit, that I understand there may have been some legislation that passed about the sunshine laws of which we operate and have public meetings. I don't know if you're familiar about any changes that occurred, and if not, then defer to Secretary Brown if she's aware of anything and how it may impact how we operate in our meetings.
Yes, there's always some legislation that comes up about whether you can be in person and what that looks like, but I'll defer to the secretary because.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've been trying to gain some extra information about. I have a meeting that I'm now attending with other board secretaries throughout the state. One of the things we've discussed, well, specifically within the higher education attorneys, is that a lot of what's in that bill seems to be what we typically cover anyway in our executive sessions that we do. So trying to understand how this would change the workflow, I think I'm still trying to figure out.
When is that meeting, and when do you expect to maybe have some clarity in it? I mean, it sounds like
we had
there's going to be a little bit of
meeting yesterday, but unfortunately it conflicted with our board preparation, so I wasn't able to attend that one. So, but I will circle back on that issue and come back to you all with some more information on it.
Okay.
I will say that I think that they were trying to codify what most people were doing anyway. because some things are done maybe in policy, but they wanted to codify what that looks like. So there may not be a significant change on how you operate because, you know, you have Trustee Norfleet on the line now, and that's allowed. Yes, I don't know what closed meetings or what could be closed meetings. I know that is something that has a lot of universities have been trying to get past is what can be considered a closed meeting and what that looks like, because there are some things that should be closed, you know, not that you're trying to hide anything or not trying to be transparent, but there are some sensitive topics that should be closed. And so codifying what that looks like for all universities, I think, is what everyone's trying to do.
Any other questions? Thank you. I would also like to say thank you for preparing us for our confirmation hearings. There was a lot of, you know, nervousness and confusion about that, but you made the process really easy for us, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your report. We'll make sure that the full report is circulated to all board members. Yes, I do. So is there any additional business? If there is none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Smith?
Yes,
Trustee Winton?
Yes.
Motion passes.
we are adjourned.
The June 12th, 2025 Audit Committee meeting of the Tennessee State University Board of Trustees is now called to order. The time is 1:23 p.m. Central Time. Just want to say welcome back to all of those who are returning. We need to make certain findings. Everyone on the committee is here in person. So, Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Smith Knight,
Present.
Trustee Qualls,
Present.
Trustee Trauber.
Present.
We're all present.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the March 13th, 2025 Audit Committee meeting minutes. Those meeting minutes are included for your review in the materials for the June 12th, 2025 committee meeting. Okay. Shall we take a voice vote?
Yes, we can. All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes? Actually, I'm sorry, we probably should get a motion on that first.
Yeah,
I'm ahead of myself.
read.
I'm sorry.
All right, that's okay. I move for the audit committee to recommend to the full board the approval of the March 13, 2025 audit committee meeting minutes as contained in the materials for the June 12, 2025 committee meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. The question is on the motion to approve the March 13, 2025 Audit Committee meeting minutes as contained in the materials. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions?
Okay, the motion passes.
The motion passes. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the annual report on the internal audit office's audit activities. The materials for this agenda item are included for your review in the materials for this committee meeting today. Dr. Renee Forbes Williams will provide information in connection with this agenda item. This is an informational discussion item, so no vote is required.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Year-end report on annual audit activities for 24-25. Review of the NCAA Student Assistance Fund, FY 2024. Report date, July 9, 2024. Review of highest outstanding student account balances. Report date, August 1st, 2024, per the President's request. Review of student account balances, report date, August 6, 2024, President's request. Follow-up report on single audit findings for the HER funds, 2022, report date, August 7th. Is that a question?
I guess the question is for the secretary. Where are these reports? Are they in the SharePoint?
They're in 7 and 8.
Yes, and if you
Audit material 7 and 8.
And if you look at the SharePoint file, and you're looking at the PDF file that says final,
Okay. Thank you.
and I can get you to the right page too. If you will go to page 6, that's where this section starts.
I think we're okay. Thank you. Yes, please proceed.
Report of action, financial and compliance audit, FY 2022, report date September 27th, 2024. Report of action, single audit, 2023, report date September 27th, 2024. Conflict of interest forms, report date October 31st, 2024, submission rate 83%. Comprehensive assessment of Austin Peete versus TSU, indirect cost policy. It was a President's request. Report date, November 14th, 2024. Review of NCAA FY 2024. Report completed by General Accounting. President's request for review. Report date, December 5th, 2024. Review of the Financial Integrity Report completed by the Office of Risk and Financial Compliance. Report date, December 16th, 2024. Audit of the President's expense schedules for FY 2024. Report date, January 14, 2025. Audit of university-owned laptop inventory, report date May 19, 2025. Audit of the travel open purchase audits, that is ongoing. It started since the beginning of the year, January 2025. On May 15, 2025, the state audit department assigned an auditor from the state to work with us on that one. Investigations at year-end 2024, there were 27 allegations with possible merit, over 50% more than last year. We closed or submitted to the state or management a total of 15. Are there any questions? Well, this concludes this agenda item.
Thank you. Any further discussion needed? All right, the next item on the
Can I
agenda.
just ask one question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
On the audit findings, I'd look at them in like two buckets, one on the controls and two on, just probably still under controls. But for some of these, they seem to be a little, easier, in my opinion, to address. Like for example, on like let's say for the classes, that audit where students have not canceled classes or they didn't cancel them in a certain period of time and we didn't have a control in place for that. Do you know? Am I right in that? Like, are there some easier wins that we could try to address in these audits versus some of the things that are, I would say, a lot harder to try to do because it's going to require the right people plus the right technology to get them done?
Well, one thing you mentioned is key internal controls. Basically, right now, our internal controls, our policies and procedures are basically not being followed. Why they're not being followed is numerous reasons. Some, we don't have the proper personnel in place. Yes, some of the audit items are easier than others in terms of fixing them. However, we have a lot of work to do.
One more follow-up, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank
So for the ones that you feel like, do we have let's say a priority list of where we can say, okay, here are your easiest ones that we need to knock out and here's the time period we'd like to see those done? Do we have any lists like that? I haven't seen it, but I'm not on the committee, so forgive me if I'm asking a redundant question.
Well, basically, the audit committee or auditors, they would prepare that list. Management would prepare that list, but they do have one. They do have one, and I do work closely with them and seeing basically we have to report back to the state whether or not we completed what we said we were going to do. And we're given a deadline. Right now, we have to complete everything by November 7th. All the findings related to the findings. But what we have done in the past, we don't always do what we say we're going to do. And that's why we have to repeat findings.
I think also what would be helpful, I know we keep giving you more and more information to bring back, is who is actually responsible for correcting those items. I think many people assume that it's the audit director and it's not. So it would be helpful for us to know at least the department or the title.
We do have that information.
Okay, so that would be good to share with the board.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Trustee Trauber.
So a little bit of a follow-up to Chair Winton's questions about the control environment and then your response that there are, in many instances, policies in place, procedures in place, but things are not being followed. And I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want to make sure the board understands it and then those viewing understand it. Do you see this as an issue in the first line of defense being really the staff and administration, the second line of defense, which should be our compliance framework and organization, and then as also a follow-up to that question, if you could also help us understand, and what I've asked before, how are risk assessments being done to make sure that these repeat findings or things that are not being corrected, what understanding do we have about the risk that presents to the organization?
Well, first, initially, once we received the findings back from the state auditors, we also received a plan or recommendations, what they recommend we do to correct this. Then management have to respond. Management provide comments. This is what we would do. The state actually accept these comments, whether or not they'll tell us, oh no, we need more details, or okay, this is acceptable, we can move on. Then we're given so much time to actually make the corrections. So that's the issue right there. And then internal audit comes in at that point and review what management said they were going to do. But at this point, management is meeting. They do meet. They have a team, and I actually sit in on those meetings, but they have a team that's working on addressing each one of those audit findings with the individuals that relate to that particular finding.
Okay, I think that somewhat answers my question, maybe not directly, but the other question was related to the risk assessments and how we're appropriately understanding the risk.
Well, we do have an integrity report that we have to complete every year, and we started on that a little earlier than we did in the past, so we are beginning those steps now. So we have a report that we have to complete that we basically look at risk. Actually, risk management is responsible for that report, but I do assist with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Just making sure I understand our basic deadline here is November 7th. So for what we're seeing in here, we should be expecting over the course of these next 5 months, 4 months, whatever the time period is, until November 7th, we should start getting some reports as to how management is completing these things. Is that not?
Yes, we're working on them now, and I do have a couple of things I want to report on shortly that
Thank you.
are concerns at this point.
Now, I need to clarify, which audit are you referring to, Madam Chair? The external?
Yes, whenever the one she was referencing, that we have I believe it's the state of Tennessee. Is that who it is?
Yeah, you're talking about the findings, the 15 findings that we have. I believe
Yes,
that's what
for
you're speaking
November
of.
7th.
And it's basically these 3 audits here.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I know that the audits are, there's so many of them, and I think it's really helpful for us to really know which ones they were referring to. So the ones that we just reviewed were some of the internal audit activities.
That was the activity that we completed this year. Okay,
Right, from the
we're
internal
just
audit.
getting ready to start talking about the details of the audits.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, but just for clarification, I understood Chair Winton's initial questions being around those internal audits that were completed and the low-hanging fruit, I'll call it, that can be done to address any of the issues through that process. And then my follow-up questions were about that particular issue. But I expect these same questions will apply to what you're about to present too.
Thank you. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the report on internal and external audit items. The materials for this agenda item are included for your review on the materials. And Dr. Forbes-Williams, I'll let you continue to discuss those items.
And I believe that would be in your audit materials from page 10 to 28, because it actually details the auditor's recommendations and management comments. The report on external audits, we had 3 audits. State of Tennessee, single audit for year-end June 30th, 2024. Release date March 6th, 2025, clean opinion. State of Tennessee FY23 financial and compliance audit. Release date May 8th, 2025, also a clean audit. EE FY23, release May 8th, 2025, clean audit. The financial statements that we referred to above were presented fairly in all material aspects. However, there was a total of 15 findings from the combined external audits. The 15 findings are: TSU management lacks appropriate oversight as noted in the prior audit. Number 2, bank reconciliations as noted in the prior 6 audits. Tennessee management allowed controls to break down as noted in the prior 8 audits. Management did not have adequate controls over ledgers, grants, and subledgers. Student fees as noted in the prior audit. Student withdrawal dates and types as noted in the prior audits. Collection procedures for accounts receivable as noted in the prior 6 audits. Asset allocation requirements and limits, that was a triple E, that was in the triple E audit. Higher education, emergency relief fund, the HER funds, number 9. Number 10, reconciliation of direct loan records, that was in the single audit, and it was noted in the prior audit. Title IV credits was not refunded timely. That was in the single audit, also noted in the prior audit. Direct loan and Pell Grant programs, reporting timely and accurate information regarding student enrollment status. That was the single audit, and it was also in the prior audit. Return of Title IV funds and compliance with federal regulations. That was the single audit. There were issues with calculations and timing. The Office of Financial Aid granted Title IV funds to ineligible students. And the last one, TSU did not provide adequate internal controls in 2 areas. Confidential. Any questions?
I was going to say, you also have an explanation of management's responses in your board report, and I know it's quite a bit of information. Are there questions from the committee members?
And there are a few more things I want to highlight shortly relating to these findings.
Questions from other board members? So you do want to go to the next agenda item, or you want to
No, we're
stay
still,
on that same one?
yes.
Okay.
Report of internal audits, laptop inventory audit. Finding, our finding revealed that the university did not adhere to established policies and procedures concerning laptop inventory. Plan of action. The Office of Technology Services, OTS, has outlined a plan to conduct a comprehensive assessment of technology assets that begun May 13, 2025, with the estimated completion date of April 17, 2026. There were 2 key areas. In addition to OTS, also general accounting. I did not receive a response from general accounting at all. Again, in terms of the internal auditor's comments, we're missing important roles in the Department of Business and Finance, the role of the controller, director of accounting, and assistant director of accounting. They're crucial to the success and integrity of the university business and finance department. These positions have been vacant for some time now, and their absence is keenly felt and should be addressed urgently.
Thank you. Questions? Comments?
If none, this concludes that agenda item.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the report on internal and external assessment. Those materials have been included for your review. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Dr. Forbes-Williams.
Internal and external assessment review. To comply with the Institute of Internal Audit requirements, on October 4th, 2025, the Office of Internal Audit, in close collaboration with the Audit Committee, conducted interviews with 3 firms to assist with the gap and readiness assessments and complete the external assessment. We have decided to partner with Eminere Group for the gap and readiness assessment and plan to reach out to one of the other firms for the external assessment to ensure independence. The President approved that we move forward on May 7th, 2025. We're currently awaiting the contract review from the Office of General Counsel. Any questions?
Any questions from committee or other board members? Okay. The next item on the agenda is the review of outstanding audit issues, and this is for the current audit. Materials have been included for your review. Dr. Renee Forbes-Williams will provide information in connection with this agenda item. I just need to say for the last several audit agenda items, this is still for informational discussion, so no vote is required.
Review of outstanding audit issues. I believe the details are in your audit materials, page 32 through 35. Internal follow-up reviews, foundation gifts, work study timesheets, grant management, procurement cards, vaccine compliance, HR performance evaluation, and the university laptop inventory. The external audits, like we mentioned before, FY24 single audit, that's required. FY23 financial statement and compliance audit, also required. And the triple E FY23, also required. The report of action is due for these required reports November 7th, 2025.
Do you foresee any challenges with us meeting that deadline?
Not in terms of us meeting the deadline, whether or not we're going to have completed everything that's been asked of us or what we committed to do, there are some concerns. I have some early concerns already in reference to starting the internal. I'll start with the internal. The laptop inventory, again, not receiving a response from accounting at all about their role in terms of inventory. We requested an inventory listing of laptops. There was no listing to be found basically anywhere on campus. And again, we are missing some key people in that department. And in reference to two findings, this is the early report of action. Some of the concerns, the bank reconciliation delays. The December 2024 bank reconciliation was not finalized until April 2025. The bank reconciliation for January 2025 was forwarded for approval on June 3rd. According to TSU policy and best practices, bank reconciliation should be completed in 30 days.
Are they given reasons why that's not happening timely or more timely?
Again, it's the staff shortages. They are working on it. They have assigned an additional individual, but I was given a timeline from A&M in reference to the bank reconciliations, but when I talked to the individuals in the department, they said that wasn't realistic. And they gave me another timeline that I'll disclose to you shortly.
Okay, continue.
Fine.
Any other questions? Please continue.
Also, a concern is finding 7. Collection procedures for accounts receivable has been a reoccurring findings in our audits. Despite management commitment to address that, it remains an area that requires attention and improvement. For summer FY23, the enrollment was 1,629. Student with balances exceeding the threshold of 200 was 969. Students registered with prior term balances was 41. The highest balance was $33,401. Cost, basically, management made the decision not to purge. Any questions?
Do you know the classification of that highest balance student?
I did look at that, but I'm not sure. I want to say a sophomore, but don't hold me to that.
Can I follow up with you and get that?
Yes, certainly. This concludes this agenda item.
Are there other questions about the outstanding audit issues?
Just a couple of thoughts or comments, and you can tell me if you want more. I do think when we listen to the 23-24 audit findings, I mean, it's no excuse. And I wish I could go back in time and fix all of those. I think part of what our accountability needs to be going forward is to make sure we're putting the right procedures and process and accountability into place to move forward. I do think on a couple of things that we talked about here around the lack and shortage of resources, that is factual in the finance department. But I do think there's some things underway right now to try to mitigate some of those things. For example, the laptop inventory, given the shortage of talent and resources that we have in finance, we actually moved that responsibility over for the Jerome Oglesby, who is the strategic advisor for IT, to build out that process for keeping the inventory up regularly around laptops. and computers and those assets that are related to that. So I just want to clarify the part that we're not leaving that on the finance team to find that solution. We've actually given it to, in this case, Jerome and his team to put that together.
And I did mention he's already started. They have a plan.
I just want to make sure. I don't know if you want to update on where we are with the reconciliation and what the process is.
That would be great.
I was going to ask Bradley if he wanted to give a quick update on that.
Yeah, so on the bank reconciliation, so we've assigned a different person. The person who was doing it was not up to par. So we have assigned a new person to do it. She's moving much quicker. In addition, we have software we use called Flowcast, and we are right as of yesterday. We are working to. They have a new component in that software that's AI, and so we're working with them to redo our contract so that we can take advantage of the AI piece. And I believe that'll be in legal's office tomorrow. So we've completed the reconciliations for January and February. So we're working on March now. We did have a plan, as you stated. We have to have a plan to. No, I'm taking it back. We finished December and January. We're working on February. But we do have a plan that we thought we could get them done, all of them caught up by July 31st. After talking to the staff who's doing the work, that may be pushed back a couple of weeks. But we certainly understand the importance of getting these done, and we're committed to. That's that and the inventory piece are two of my top priorities to get done and get caught up.
Help me understand, like, what positions are vacant that would allow us to get to that 30-day policy accomplishment?
Well, like I said, we got the controller position, the director of accounting position, and the assistant director. The assistant director over the last several years has been the one primary person doing the reconciliations. And so when she left, she was pretty much the only one who really understood the whole process. And so we didn't do a good job of succession planning. And so when she left, everybody jumped in to try to pick up where she left off, and it's just taking us time.
And it's those three roles that are critical for us to accomplish this on a
Very much so, yes.
Thank you.
And also to help with the shortage of resources in finance, Bradley had responsibility for IT, HR, payroll. Payroll is now reporting to HR.
Mm-hmm.
HR is now reporting to me, and IT is now reporting to Jerome. And that's to free up some more time, given everything else we need to focus on for the audits and financials and closing out the year. Take some of that responsibility off to them. Doesn't solve the problem with the open positions that we have. And I think as we move forward with sustainability of financials to the university, we've been in a much better position to recruit individuals to come and join the organization and build out that capacity going forward.
Yeah, we've had issues with getting good candidates for these positions. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we made an offer to a comptroller from Harry, and we were $25,000 more than the job she accepted, but it was in hospitality. But there was more belief that it was more secure than it was at coming to Tennessee State. So there's resources out there that could potentially join the university, and I think we're looking forward to moving forward with announcing that we can get back to hiring, and those positions are still open in the budget assumptions for the upcoming year.
And one thing that President Tucker hasn't heard, because I just found out yesterday, but I did get a hold of a controller. A guy was trying to see if he can come back and give us some help. So I did catch up with him. He's now the controller at Austin P. But I did reach out to him, and he's going to we're going to work together so we can get some help from Austin P on this.
It's because they use the same system.
Yes.
One quick question. A part of that realignment, did we have any assessment to make sure there are no segregation of duty issues or control issues, typically payroll and HR, for example? You don't want somebody to set up a person in the system and then pay that person. There has to be some separate approvals. Have we included risk assessment and internal audit in some of these realignments?
I don't think we've talked
No,
internal
we have
audit
not.
about it. But I think the segmentation between the payroll and the HR is fine. the person that's running payroll is still responsible for that. So, yes, she reports to the HR individual, but we do need to obviously have some internal audit capacity. But I don't see that being creating a.
Yeah, I don't think we have an issue with in payroll HR, maybe in the accounting piece with who's approving, who's actually doing it, just because of the sheer number of employees we have. So there is probably a couple of areas where there may be some issues with segregation of duties.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Within
Yeah,
accounting,
we definitely need to
definitely.
take a look at it. Only because we also understand how roles get set up in our systems, and we still need to tighten it up. So
I understand.
I have a question about the reconciliations piece. So, you said that there's some new software and you've got one person that's assigned to try to address all of these things. So, a couple of questions. One, I'm assuming we do everything through electronic banking. Is there anything with the banking systems that we use that will assist us in some of this reconciliation? And if not, is that part of the new software that would allow for us to do that? And also, obviously, I would assume that there's not only going to be this person trained on this bank reconciliation process, but several others, so that we don't find ourselves in a similar position again.
Exactly. So the software is not new. We've been using that same software, and it is all electronic. So, but the software, we're just getting a better version of the software. Again, it comes with AI, and it helps identify, bank transactions that are not on the books and the book transactions that hit the bank. So, we have a primary person, and we've had about 3 people doing this. So it's not, but it's one person who's primary. She's also getting help from CA, who's the consultant, and from A&M. So the new person who's doing it now just started in the accounting area, about a month and a half, 2 months ago. And she seems to be much more seasoned accountant than the person who was previously doing it.
Thanks.
So just for clarity, it's just an internal books issue. You have all the statements. You're trying to get your statements to match the internal bookkeeping. Is that what I'm understanding from reconciliation?
Yeah, I mean, to make sure that we can say what the bank statements to match what our records match the bank records. Given what's outstanding or deposits we haven't recorded or checks that haven't cleared the bank. So just all those, just a normal reconciliation that you would do at your own personal account is just 1,000 times more transactions.
And this, because it's behind, it's proven to be a manual process?
It's the same process. I mean, it's still, we get data electronically, but still have to go in and manually, for the most part, match up, and that's what the software helps us do. Is match up transactions, and then once you get, you can get the transactions matched up that are in the bank, and then you have to go back in and then look at previous items that were outstanding to see if those have hit the bank yet. So, it is manual, but not as manual as just I got to go find each transaction by eyeball. I mean, there's some computer automation in there.
Okay, thank you. And the reason why I'm asking these questions the way that I am is just trying to figure out what's taking so long to do that. And
it's a lot of transactions. I mean, we have transactions. We have money that hits our account from various sources that is just deposited, and you don't have no idea, what it's for. We have to track down what it's from. It could be scholarship money. It could be money from the federal government. So a lot of times we got to find out where this should be booked at, and vice versa. I mean, the stuff that we have checks and things that are written. We got to make sure we keep up with our outstanding checklist, which we hadn't done a great job of in the past, to see what has not cleared the bank yet. So like I said, it's basically the same as you would do a normal personal checking account, but just, like I said, 1,000 times more transactions and various types of transactions.
But I'm assuming, just to stay in that same space, we're verifying the accuracy and completeness and supporting documentation.
We are.
For those transactions.
We are.
And any adjustments that may be needed.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then somebody needs to review.
It is reviewed.
So
it's reviewed. I'm sorry. It's reviewed, and then I'm the final review right now.
And last question, do you feel like you're current but still having to fix what's behind?
No, what's behind is done. It's,
Okay.
so we're not going back to December or November and trying to do the corrections. We're strictly working on the current month and going forward.
But we're not current as in we're not reconciling the month of May.
No.
We're reconciling
Correct.
February. So we are still behind.
We're behind. Maybe if I misunderstood the question, I probably we're behind, but we're not trying to correct transactions back in September or October, something like that.
You are current year.
Yes, current year, yes.
Other questions? Not just about this issue, but maybe other
Just
issues
on
that
this
she brought up.
last reconciliation point. So what does success look like for the team? What is the goal that you're trying to accomplish? Is it we need to be current in the month that we're operating in? Or what does this success look like so that we know realistically what we should be looking at, and so that there's not an audit finding? What are other universities doing to where they're not receiving the same finding on this reconciliation piece?
I honestly can't speak to what other universities are doing, but I can tell you what success is for us.
Okay.
It's getting every reconciliation done by the end of the next month, the 30-day allowance, which is what the policy says. If we can do that consistently, then I would consider that successful. And it has to be consistent. You can't do it, hit a mark this month and not next month, and 2 months later do it again. I mean, every month, month after month, hitting that mark.
President Tucker?
Well, thanks, Bradley, for the short notice to come up and speak to some of these items.
Other questions about this issue or other outstanding audit issues?
So I guess the confusion here is when you say current, in most people's mind, we are in June, right? So that means that we have reconciled all of the things for May, right?
No, but we have
So
not.
what does current mean? What does
That,
current?
that is current. You're correct, but we're not current. Okay.
Correct. So when we are told that we are current, I think we're thinking that we have reconciled everything past 30 days. So we are not current.
We're not current.
No, I believe he was saying we're in the current fiscal year of reconciling, but we are not in compliance with the 30-day reconciliation policy.
That's what he said. Yeah, I agree. You agree? That was what you said? Okay, good. All right.
Other questions about this issue and other outstanding audit issues? And this is, I'm okay with us getting comfortable, because what I know is that because these things are happening still in this fiscal period, when we get to this audit period, we can expect findings. But we've got to be able to explain that we are addressing the issues much quicker than we are now.
Well, just a comment to that, because also from my perspective, and this is why I keep harping on this, it's not just about fixing those issues and making sure we keep our eye on that ball, but it still prevents a very risky environment that we're operating in that makes us subject to financial misstatements, financial corrections that need to be made, or potentially, the biggest negative being, some type of fraud situation. And that's what I'm more interested in and really want to drill down on, that the appropriate risk assessments are there to understand where we should be focusing our time and efforts in fixing certain audit findings, whether they be internal or external.
The risk assessments are there. The last risk assessment was about 30-something pages. I believe the audit committee at least did review that report, and it did highlight quite a few areas of risk. And we're still subject to those risks.
And we can absolutely revisit those. This was what we had to review back in December in order to do the financial integrity report. And it was, I think, one of the first times that this risk assessment had been completed.
No.
It had been done before? Okay.
Yes.
Just maybe by this individual.
I think that was the second one she completed.
Okay.
That was the second
Okay.
one she completed.
And it does highlight the fact that there are very significant. So of course we know on the risk assessment, and I don't need to be doing this for you, but just trying to translate the fact that there are certain things that create greater risk than others. And in these cases, we have these repeat findings, which if we're a year or two behind, by the time we get to an audit on some of these issues, if there was fraud or misappropriation, it's already happened. And so I guess in the grand scheme of things, barring trying to hire new people, and I know with internal audit, that process is supposed to help us identify these risks sooner because your audit period can be different. What are some other things that you see that I think are low-hanging fruit, which is what I believe everybody at this point, we're like, what can we do that makes big impact so that some of these things can be reduced or eliminated?
And before you answer that, because I know we have a lot of faculty and staff and a bunch of people watching this, but I just want to underscore the credibility of this university and the sustainability of this university is contingent upon these audits. If we do not get these audits addressed and in the quickest way possible, so whatever it is that anyone can do to help us to get to a better place on this audit, that is the place that we need to be in. That is, if you have any other priorities, this needs to be bumped up to your number one.
One of the key issues right now is internal controls and policies and procedures. Until we get our policies and procedures in place and they're actually being followed, but again, we don't have the proper personnel in place for the key financial area. We don't have any personnel in accounting. And we're going to have to figure out a way to address that. I mean, as long as we continue the way we are, we're going to continue to have the findings. Because right now, this is the last month, June. Fiscal year ends in June. Okay, we don't have the bank reconciliations completed, so we know we're looking at another finding for next year. So it's going to say the next 6. And then that's 24 that's getting ready to come out. But then we're talking about 25 now, so that's going to be the last 7 audits. So that's a finding. I mean, no question in it. Collection procedures. We submitted a report, the management report said we were going to purge in Maymester this summer. We didn't do it. Okay? Another finding.
And when you say this was a management response to a previous finding that this is what we were going to do that we did not do.
Correct.
We never, at the cabinet level, communicated or planned for a purge over the summer that we actually communicated to students in advance.
But that was in the management report. I don't do the management report. Bradley, I don't know if you can speak to that. He said it wasn't addressed in cabinet. I would assume it was.
To have a purge. We never had a decision made at the cabinet to announce a purge for the summer and notify the students.
Let me ask you this. In cabinet, do you all go through each one of the findings?
I don't believe we've done that in the cabinet level. No, I don't believe.
That may be a discussion that needs to happen in the cabinet level, because basically management is the one who's commenting, and these comments are coming from somewhere.
And that's one of the steps that we just took recently to make sure that you attended the cabinet meeting, to be able to communicate those things as well and concerns. But hey, the buck stops with the president and everybody else in terms of those audit findings, and any help that anybody has that can help us with that. I do agree that with 100%, we do have some procedures and processes already in place. And in a lot of cases, it's just accountability that people aren't following.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. We do have policies in place, but they're not being followed.
So that will be an area of focus going forward. And we're going to have to get, simply, we're just going to have to solve the problem and get better at it.
In many organizations, performance is evaluated on things that they control. Do you foresee this being something that gets implemented with the current staff or management responsible for a lot of these items?
Oh, absolutely. We've started that process. The performance reviews that were done in the past did not have specific requirements in terms of what accountability you're going to have around certain things. It just wasn't there. For the performance review that we're going to do going forward for next year, I'm asking for 5 to 7 key things that you're going to deliver if you report to me in the cabinet, and I'm going to sign off on those things. That's how you're going to be measured in terms of your performance for the upcoming year. For the past year, since I wasn't here the whole year, I've asked everybody to put together what they believe their objectives were prior to the organizational change and what results have they created as a result of that. But the accountability around performance, we are putting that in place and holding people accountable. And I think we probably have terminated more people in the last 30 days than we have in a long time at Tennessee State University. The accountability has to be backed up with not only holding everybody accountable, but ensuring that when behavior continues beyond that, and we need to take the right action to say, well, maybe this is just not the right place for you.
Well, I definitely think it is a great step in the right direction to review these findings and see who is responsible for them. And somebody basically needs to project manage this. I think the challenge that we see is we told the state this is what we were going to do. And when we do that, we need to do that. And I think that's, again, I don't know who was the we when they did this initial management response for these items, but every period that we don't do it, again, it just keeps the ball rolling in the things that we're not doing or we're saying we're going to do but not going to do. So I think that would be a great opportunity.
We do have a project manager. Again, I think we're missing the key component. We don't have the employees to do the work.
Right.
It's entirely too much, even in Bradley's situation. He cannot do bank reconciliations. He can't do the bursar work. It's too much for one individual. And we're missing 3 very important roles when it comes to accounting. And that's where most of our findings, other than financial aid, lies, somewhere within business and finance. But when you're missing the controller, director of accounting, and assistant director of accounting, and it's been months now. I mean, we need to probably consider something like the external firm to come in. I mean, I understand someone not wanting to make the commitment. I understand that, not for their permanent position. But maybe external firm, because these findings at this point are not going to get any better. I don't see it happening.
Well, they will get better, and I will be accountable going forward to make sure they get better.
Yeah, I definitely think it may be worth pursuing some contractors to get some of the work done temporarily, in addition to the accounting side, but also the internal audit piece and risk assessment piece. I think that's something we're going to talk about later, but I think it all kind of works together. So I'm sure that's on you.
Absolutely.
Because you need one more thing to do.
No. Some of these things we have tried with outside contractors. I will illustrate to you that Bo, Jim, and members of his staff have pretty good financial analysis and financial acumen. The challenge with bringing somebody else in the outside, and we've tried that as well too. And I'm not trying to make an excuse, but the complexity of how things are structured at Tennessee State, it takes a significant amount of time even for them to get up speed to be able to make a change in some of these things, getting through the system and the processes that we have. But we'll continue to work for options, and we're going to continue to be open for suggestions of others. And we've gone down to Robert Half and resources, even when they charge us $150,000 for a basic accounts payable person. We've gone down those paths, and it hasn't been overly successful. But we're going to continue to work those things to see if we can move the needle on this one, because it has to get proven, because we have to get better at it. So I don't mind being a part of my accountability, because ultimately the buck stops with me anyway. So we are going to have a continued focus on this, and we are going to get better at it. And then that that accountability should mean that I should report and give you an update on that going forward.
Thank you. Trustee Chapman has a question.
Just a quick question. At one point, we were talking about mission critical roles. The roles that you just mentioned, are they posted?
They have been, but they currently are not. I looked at it today. They're not posted.
They've been removed? And had there been, before removal, had there been any recruitment, any interviews, or has it just kind of been at a stalemate?
That Bradley can answer that.
Yes, we've advertised the control position, the director of accounting and assistant director several times. We're getting candidates for those positions who are more than not qualified. Again, President Tucker said we had one candidate that accepted something else. We had one candidate that he was from Ohio. He took a job in Pennsylvania. And I did talk to him about it. He kind of watched what was going on here. That did influence his decision after he did his homework. So we've gotten some positions. The assistant director, we've got people internal who applied for that. So we advertise and we get the applications, and it's not very many. It's 3 or 4 maybe. And if you get one possible candidate out of that pool, then you're doing good. It's just a difficult time to recruit for us. And all the information that's swirling, the negative publicity, who would leave their job to come to this as we speak right now? It's just an extremely difficult environment in which to hire qualified candidates.
I think the most expedient route to fix this problem is that we need to find either a CFO or a competent controller as quick as possible. If they're very good at what they do and they've been successful, this whole notion of recruiting, people will follow them. It'll help speed up the whole process of filling those positions. But we do have a couple of potential CFOs that I've talked to recently. But it then comes back to, well, what's your financial plan to make sure that you're going to be sustainable? And then the other part of that is the person you're going to work for, are they still going to be there? I think this is a challenge, but it's a challenge that can be excelled to move forward a lot faster as soon as we get those things in place. And I'm not trying to say that as an excuse, but to speed up that process of finding candidates, and you got to have the leadership that can have credibility to have other people follow them. I call them talent magnets. That's out there, but we need to move on to get that done as quick as possible, because that's the most fastest way to fill these positions.
Thank you. Trustee Charber had a question.
Yeah, just a question on the critical roles and understanding a few things. So one, we have policies and procedures in place. At times, they've not been followed, resulting in audit findings. Currently, we have staffing challenges that we are projecting will lead to additional findings in the future. But even when we didn't have staffing challenges, we had the problems. And I just want to make sure that we're focused on the entire picture and that we have the correct approach in assessing this. And I understand the point of KPIs being tied to following policies and procedures for whatever staff is in place. But are there any additional assurances that aren't at the university now that need to be in place to also ensure when we do have the appropriate staff that they are following the correct policies and procedures? Because we did have staffing levels in place before and they still weren't being followed.
Our policies and procedures need to be updated.
I think this is also a question for President Tucker. Do you mind responding?
I was looking at my text message. Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry.
I was tossing it to whoever wanted to answer.
Okay. His question is, how do we ensure that once we do have the staffing positions in place, that we're still following policies and procedures? I think it goes back to accountability. because when we did have those positions filled, we still ended up with these same issues year over year.
And I just wanted to qualify to that question, because part of it is that understanding if KPIs are tied to following policies and procedures, and you're selecting at least what you believe to be the correct folks, and then you're tying their compensation, their sustainability at the university to those KPIs, that will work and help to ensure following policies and procedures. But is there anything else that needs to be in place at the university level to ensure that this organization and the teammates at this organization are following those policies and procedures?
I don't think so. As long as, I think part of the challenge that we have, where we haven't, just a Dwayne Tucker opinion around, if it's sort of like if it's lawless, where everybody's doing their own thing and there's no accountability in the culture for being accountable, sure, you get all these things going on. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but I think once you get the right people in the right job, the accountability comes with that. And part of leadership is assuring that people that work for you are accountable to follow the procedures. None of that's going on historically, from my view, on a consistent basis, not only in the finance and accounting, but across the whole university in some cases, right? So that's a reset on the culture in terms of what expectations are. And then I think you repeat that one or twice as you go down the organization, cabinet, to the people that report to the people in the cabinet, all the way down to the person doing the actual job. And then when those things aren't done, I'm not trying to make this hard. I think it's actually a little easier if you get the right people and have the accountability and say, no, we've asked you once to do what we asked you to do. And if you don't complete that in a reasonable time frame with a professional manner, then this ain't the place for you. Do that a few times, and I think that cleans up most of that process about following things that we ask you to do. Historically, from my view, it don't look like that we actually held people accountable for not doing what we asked them to do. So you got to reset that, and the only way you can reset that is have leaders in there that are accountable. I'm not trying to oversimplify, but I think that's the process to get there, and part of that process is getting the right people in as soon as possible, and then hold the people accountable for what we ask you to do.
And I agree with that 100%. Like, so I've been here for several years, and I've seen the change, not for the better. But I've been saying, just what President Tucker just said, I've been saying that for years now. We have the policies, we have the procedures, we know what to do, we know what to do and how to do it. We did. We don't have the staff now, but we did have the staff. But it was just no one was ever accountable for anything. If it didn't get done, it didn't get done, and you go ahead and do whatever you're going to do next. But there was just no accountability. So I think all the policies need to be updated. I'm not saying they don't, but the biggest issue is accountability, by far, in my opinion.
And just some follow-up comments and maybe a question, because Dr. Forbes-Williams identified policies and procedures could likely be updated. And what I want to begin to do is identify and at least, point to, all right, policies and procedures could be updated. Who does that? In addition to President Tucker, and I understand the buck stops at you, but there should be someone before you that the buck stops at for ensuring that this environment is not as risky as we're seeing it now, right? Someone else either in the first line of management or the second line. I keep harping on the lines because at least it seems to me there is some weakness in the second line. There's been weakness in the first line. If there was a stronger second line, there could be, some efficiencies there.
There is currently a policy committee recently formed. Jeanette is, I think, co-lead on that.
Yes, I can speak to that. So we did form a subcommittee from the risk committee to address the issue of policies. We have secured new vendor. It's called Policy Tech. It's the same system that the Tennessee Board of Regents uses and other universities use. And the plan is that we are going to load all of our university policies onto this one portal so that it's there, it's searchable. So if somebody can't say, for example, I didn't know there was a policy, everybody who comes to this university will know where the policies are that pertain to them. And then what our plan is for the next month of July is we're going to get heavy and hard in these policies, getting things, we've been doing a bunch of training, getting the system set up on the back end, and our plan is to do a very heavy push throughout the month of July. We would like to get all of our current policies that we have loaded, but then also do that updating of the policies at the same time. We have a lot of legacy TBR policies that were never updated when we severed from TBR. Those are easy. When we talk about low-hanging fruit, that's as low as you get on some of those items. So I think that's something where we can very quickly make some points. And then also through that process, we need to say, okay, and then what do we need to make it even better? So first step, get up and running, come heavy and hard in July. Our want to go live date with this is August. That's what we're moving towards. And then from there, we can look at, okay, what else do we need? Because we know that there are other policies that we need to put in place beyond what we currently have. So that is also being contemplated right now. We've been doing an inventory of our policies and processes across the university. And so we've been doing a lot of work in this space. And at the next board meeting, you're going to get some great updates.
So, but to be just really transparent, if we just took the policies that are already in place, and 80% of the people will follow those policies, we'd be much better off on solving a lot of these things already, because
Yes.
it's just not in the financial, it's everywhere across the university.
Agreed.
As it relates in HR, can you just fill out and document that you took annual leave? Can you just document that you took a sick day? Can you just complete a performance review in the time which it asks you to do it? We have a large collection of people who, for whatever reason, have concluded that they want to define the job the way they want to perform their job. Well, no. To reset all of that is the culture change that needs to take place, because you can come up with some new policies. What I see going on across the university on a bigger scale is that I don't see that as my accountability to be a leader. So that's fundamental, in my opinion. It has to change. And the way to do that is just to say, okay, we're going to start calling you out. And then if you don't do what we ask you to do, we're going to terminate you. That has not happened historically at Tennessee State University. Why do I know that? Because I asked everybody, why do we continue to allow those things to happen? And again, I'm not trying to make an excuse. So when I go back and say the accountability stops for me, there's not a CFO there that could then push down the same thing I'm saying to the finance and accounting, because there's nobody there. Bradley, by default, is doing the day-to-day work that should be done by some others if they were here. So it's a challenge. It can be fixed. There needs to be some ownership for it to make sure we're moving forward and not moving backwards. But the long-term solution is, or the short-term solution is, we need to get some people in here who come with the understanding that being in that job, you have to be accountable.
I appreciate this conversation, but I do want to say from an audit perspective, absent current policies and procedures, any test work is a full stop. It's a finding period, regardless of whether you have the people in place. And so that's the challenge with, yes, you can get the people in place, but if your policies and procedures are not accurate, there's nothing to test against.
Well, in addition to that, also want to understand, even, once you get the policies and procedures in place and there's this committee for that, then what does the process look like and who is carrying that forward to publicize it? Because policies and procedures are only good if people know about them. And then to your point, President Tucker, you then, on the back end, you have KPIs measured to it and people know about it. You can hold them to it, but how are people going to know about it? Is the committee going to carry that forward?
The training is critical, and that's why we have this working group assembled, because that is 100% going to be part of it. I mean, if we put it all together, nobody knows it exists, and it's pointless. So that's absolutely going to be part of the process, is rolling this out, making sure people are trained, they know where to go, they know where to find things. So I think you're right, that's a critical component.
Is that going to be on an ongoing basis, or is it just for the
Yeah,
initial
so
rollout?
part of what this system will allow us to do also is that you can schedule reminders in it. So for example, if there's a responsible office or responsible officer to do periodic reviews of the policies, we can set that into the system in the back end so that people can get notices. So those are some of the intricacies of the system that we've been working on right now. And part of just the training we've been going through, trying to figure out how to, put that functionality into place.
What's the last thing I'm gonna say about policies and procedures? From an accounting perspective, these are very basic standard things. Unlike, there's some other areas where there may be a little bit more creativity or a little bit more leeway, but in this space, it is absolutely not. It is standard, and I hate to say it, we're teaching this in our College of Business. So I know the committee is working. What's the timeline to at least identify the accounting policies and procedures? Have we at least, kind of said, okay, these are the priority policies, and then these are the nice to do ones, but some of these things are...
They are currently being worked on. I know a couple of them have been sent to me for review, and I think sent to Bradley for review, relating to the accounting area.
What's the timeline on having the accounting policies and procedures updated?
Honestly, I don't know if we set a timeline. But I know we're actually in the process of doing these things, but I don't have a timeline for that.
I can tell you this also with respect to that planning committee. As I said, what we've done is we've taken an inventory and then I've asked folks to rank them by priority so that we can identify what is the most important and urgent thing that we need to do, so that we can make sure we're not working on something that's, third tier when we need to be working on tier 1. So in terms of an actual concrete date, we can work on getting something back to the committee.
And this also is connected to the risk assessment. So again, if we go back and look at that document, it's also listing certain policies and procedures that are like high risk. So that may be also kind of a roadmap. Other questions? The item that we're discussing right now is outstanding audit
Madam
issues.
Chair. Excuse me.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we're all, what I think I understand, I hear you saying is there are accounting policies and principles that are standard for that content specific thing, right? But that's different from HR policies and such. So, I just want to make sure we're not all talking about the same things, right? But that there's some standard practices that department should be doing, and honestly, they exist whether it's here, there, or wherever, because that's content specific, right? But I think, are you talking about more just general policies and practices of the whole university?
Yes, but I would say that on that committee is a representative from the finance office, and so they are looking at their particular things. Now, I by no means mean to say that they should wait. If they have a policy that's ready to go today, we should get it done, implemented, posted, whatever we got to do, move heaven and earth to get it done today. And so we don't need the new fancy portal to make that work go.
Right, but what she's talking about is a huge lift for us too, because some of the policies I see across the university, well, this is not a knock at lawyers, but you can tell a lawyer wrote it because it's, oh my God, it's like 20 pages. I mean, who's going to ever read it kind of thing? So a lot of it, especially around students and behaviors and discipline and handbooks and all those things that are normal, T.405 all the way down. Nobody reads those things. They all have to be rewritten around just some of the basic kind of things of what we want you to ask you to do, because in the absence of simplifying those, nobody's really reading them anyway. So it's hard to get compliance on it if nobody's reading it. It's just a little too much information to try to cover every scenario that can happen in an organization, but that's not the basic fundamental policy you want to write that's 20 pages. It's just too much. So across the university to clean that up, we need to simplify some of those and make it more easier for people to find them and follow them. And more importantly, if I got to sign one more time about I agree to follow the reimbursement process for travel, I'm saying, well, why didn't the first time work when you asked me to do that as part of when you sign on board to join the organization? We got quite a few things that we can tighten up. We have a process to simplify some of those. We need to move forward with ensuring people are accountable. And oh, by the way, that's on all levels. My assistant now, she just dials up different departments around the university to see if somebody answers the phone. You should do the same thing, by the way, and then say, hey, did somebody call you back? The basic things are missing around accountability, and we're going to take all those on. When you talk about the cabinet on accountability, I'm letting them know as well that, you know what, I'm going out and talking to everybody every chance I get. And if I see the same misinformation or misunderstanding in any area across the university where they're not aware about our financials situation and the academic affairs, I'm going back to the provost and say, why is it your staff members don't understand the things that we're communicating, and what's the hold up of getting that information down to organization? We're going to work this from top to bottom because the leaders in the university have to demonstrate the accountability and consistency in which you go about doing that. And if you do that and everybody follows that process, you'll be amazed of how much progress you can make in a very short period of time. And we're behind that one, but we're going to pick that up a little bit now going forward.
I agree, except that I'm going to be real selfish and talk about this financial control audit.
Oh, absolutely.
Those are the policies that I really want to make sure that are a priority.
I agree with you 100%.
So if it's 15 findings, that's our starting point, right? Because it already lists the things that we're missing. And I'm just trying to, as we think about what is easy to accomplish in a short amount of time, I think looking at the last two audits and working from those will move us forward really quickly.
No disagreement.
Trustee Chapman had another question. Was that what you were going to say? Did I read your mind? Any other questions? I'm just bringing us back to, because I know we're all over the place, but I want to make sure that really what we're talking about, these outstanding audit issues for the upcoming or the current audit period that's being audited. Because again, our goal is to demonstrate that we are moving the needle in this space. Other questions? We got more. Are we ready to move forward? There's more. All right. All right. So then the next item on the agenda is the approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 audit plan. These materials were included for your review. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Forbes Williams again in connection with this agenda item.
Approval of the FY 25-26 audit plan. Believe the details of the audit plan is on page 37 in your audit materials. The required audits are the NCAA Student Assistance Fund, the state follow-up audit for the single audit FY 24, the state financial and compliance audit FY 23 follow-up, the state audit EEE FY 23 follow-up, conflict of interest, the internal and external assessments, and Charles, like you constantly mention, the management risk assessment. They're all required audits. And before I get to the risk-based audit, this past period, what I was able to complete was basically just the required audits. If we don't get any additional audit staff, or at least sign the contract to get the external firm in, we still have those risk-based audits that we continue to bring forward, because the timeline in terms of hours for the required audits, this year I gave 1,290. That's about 35 weeks, and that's not taking in consideration the investigations. And I told you from last year to this year, the investigations over doubled, and we still have 15 that we're bringing forward because this is June now. So I was able to complete about 17 of the investigations in addition to the required audits. So I mean, just using that as a scale, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't take any days off. Not one.
Can I ask the question? And that is, did we approve additional audit resources for you to move forward with?
Yes, we're just waiting for the contract to be reviewed. You did.
Okay, but when it a period of time where you had trouble finding?
No, we didn't have trouble
Qualified
finding an
audit.
external team. I mean, in terms of bringing somebody on permanently, yes.
Yeah,
but,
so with my executive assistant who left, who wanted to apply for an audit job, I'm just trying to validate, were there opportunities to fill additional audit roles because we had opened up some positions to be filled in audit? But that's not true, or?
You talking about for the budget?
No, just having the resources to get to the audits that you want to do, the more risk, other things. I thought we approved some additional full-time resources to support the audit team.
In terms of in the budget for next year, I believe you did. However, we have advertised also for the auditor's position, internal auditor's position. We didn't receive any.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the same challenge.
Oh, okay,
asking
yes,
for the
I agree with you. I agree.
It exists in the
Yeah, it's quite challenging.
That's all.
It's quite challenging, but that's why we're looking at the external firm.
Okay.
And I believe that would definitely address some of our risk issues. We have to get additional support.
The question, and I think for everybody who's looking and or the board members who are looking for the audit plan, the total hours right now, including the required, is 3890. That's the projected amount to complete what we know. And do you have an idea of how much time you may have spent this period on just investigations this year?
I'm going to say over 50% of my time was on investigations.
But what about in terms of hours? Do you have an estimate or a guess of what?
I didn't actually track the hours. I did not, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't take any days off. And I'm normally here. I probably worked from home 3 days.
Can you explain just for, when you say investigations, are there different types of investigations?
Yes, certainly.
And are there specific time frames that you have to have?
If it comes from the state, it's a 30-day turnaround. But I mean, I've had to ask for extensions on numerous occasions, and they have even provided people to help and assist with some of the investigations. And I'm still working on 3 of the investigations with state assistance.
With the contract, do we know when it's going to be finalized so that you can bring in the firm?
Yeah, I actually messaged our attorney who reviews the contract. She said that Dr. Forbes Williams should have it today. I told her it was our highest priority item.
And you've already identified, and they would be ready to start like August 1, or what are you thinking?
Well, we've been talking to them over the last couple of months, and they constantly reach out to me, and I just didn't have a deadline date to to give them. So at this point, once I get the contract back, I can reach out to them again and see exactly when they're prepared to start. Initially, they said if probably 2 weeks. They need about 2 weeks.
And then there's the onboarding so that they understand the TSU system. So when do you think that they would be up and really helping you?
Well, the first thing they're going to start on is the readiness assessment, and they don't have to necessarily look into the system at that point. A lot of those things are going to be directly with just working with internal audit and the organizational chart and getting to understand the organization as a whole, doing interviews with not only audit but also other individuals throughout the university. So they're actually scheduled just to do the assessment component at this point. We're hoping they'll be able to do it. I mean, they're available to do additional things, but whether or not we have the funding and everything, that has not been approved at this point.
Sorry, just to clarify, so there are a couple of things. We've got to do our quality review assessment, which we haven't done for years. We're past due on that. And then we also need staffing to do the items that are listed, like the required test work for the internal audit?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Trevor?
I think I forgot my first question, but one question I'll come back to if I can remember my first question. To let us know, as we touched on in the governmental affairs meeting, when the sunset audit will be for this board. And my other question, yes, I remember now. So when you receive investigations from the state, can you help us understand that's a mandatory, that triggers a mandatory requirement for you to do some level of investigation?
Yes.
And if you receive, well, I guess, what are the other ways that you would receive investigations?
Anonymous calls. We have a hotline that comes directly to me, and then normally it comes through the state or it comes directly to me.
And then,
And even a email, I think it is, can't remember it right now, I'm sorry, but it's an email also.
is there
that's
some
out there
level
on
of
the website.
discretion then of what, or how you devote your time to those matters that are then coming in from that?
I address the state
situation?
ones immediately. I always jump on the state ones. No, because again, it's a time limit.
No, and I mean the ones outside of the state, which are mandatory responses within a 30-day.
Those are the state ones, the mandatory.
I know, that's what I just said. I'm asking you about the ones that come through the other channels. Do you have discretion in how you are handling those and approaching those? And just for an example,
okay,
I could call you and say, hey, just make up something out of thin air.
True.
Right? And then what does that trigger?
True. I mean, if it's something that I can address really quickly, I'll look at that, take a look at it, see whether or not there's any merit to it, and basically try to address it if it's something I can do really fast. If it's something that's going to take a lot more time, again, it could be something that somebody made up totally. If it didn't come from the state, if it's not fraud related, anything fraud related, 48 hours, I'm supposed to turn that over to the state anyway. I'm supposed to get them involved. So if it's not fraud related or life or death, in other words, I don't take a look at those until I basically address the ones that have the 30-day timeline. But I look at to see what it is, but I'll determine whether or not it should take priority or not.
And of the 17, how many are the current 17? How many were referred from the state versus some other means? Excuse me. And I'm just really trying to get to maybe to understand, as we look at this audit plan, understand the amount of hours there. We hear about the investigations and knowing the number there. Are all investigations important, for the time that's being invested in them? If there are some that could easily be resolved in some amount of time, without some deep dive. And I understand that that's also somewhat of a risk-based assessment and understanding what comes in, but it would seem to alleviate some pressure on the lack of staff. But also, even when you have staff.
But if it doesn't appear to be any possible merit in reference to the allegation,
Right.
I dismiss it. I mean, I can talk to the president. I mean, it was one, I just simply called him up and, I think I sent you an email or something and asked you about it quickly. I just took your response and I dismissed it. So, again, in terms of the actual time, and some of them take weeks, months. We've been working on one now that we've been working on for months, and that's even with the state. But in some of them, 15, 20 minutes and it's done.
And would any of them ever require some type of external resource to be included to help with the investigation because of what it involves or level or extent of it?
And traditionally, that's when the state get involved.
When
external resources are needed.
When external, but are there certain types that would trigger that?
Yeah, like fraud.
Right, right.
She's referred to if there was a specialized skill set that was needed.
Well, they have a set of investigators that basically, if it's anything that needs subpoenas and that type of thing, they're working with me on those.
Trustee Charver, any more questions?
but these are some of my favorite conversations, by the way. We have a part of the culture where if my supervisor gives me an answer that I don't like, I turn it into a complaint. It's really, well, you should respond to what your supervisor asks you to do. We have a group in HR that has quite a bit of these that come in, would you agree? Where it's really just, I don't like what I was been told to do. That's not a violation of the law. That's, I don't like to do what you asked me to do. That's a different kind of behavior that needs to be adjusted. And we're working on that because it's sort of built in a little bit into our organization that if you don't like something, now, you can audit me here because you're an audit. I just go down and file a complaint. Well, in some cases, we got deans that work for us that have 5, 6, 7 of them at one time. I'm not going to name the dean, but you know what I'm talking about, right? But it's just really a personality difference about what expectations you should be doing in your job, or making a decision that was very appropriate that has nothing to do with race, sex, religion, discriminatory laws. It's really about trivial things that people just don't like. I'm just amazed about how much of that it accepts. It sucks up a lot of time in the university. And those are one of the things I'm going after myself with that group down there. They said, no, we're not going to waste any time doing investigations on those. We should be able to determine up front whether or not something has been done improperly that violates somebody's legal rights and say, well, no, this is all about you not doing what your boss asked you to do, period. End the conversation, move on.
Thank you, Trustee Charber.
Just one follow-up, and this is full circle, I think, going back to when we were all appointed to the board and we met with you. And at that point, I think you said you had been with the university for a year, so you didn't have the data. But just based on our conversations, it seems like a substantial uptick in investigations. And trying to understand, because it seems to be, and it appears to be, a big drain on our internal audit resources. And I'm trying to understand and rationalize why there's such an uptick and what of that uptick are really things that should be focused on, aside from the things that I think, you know, matter greatly, like the internal audit plan, especially the required ones, and then also all the issues that are coming with each financial and compliance audit. And I don't want to minimize investigations or what might come through those channels, but it does just appear to be a substantial uptick, and I don't know that anyone has an answer or response of why that uptick has occurred within the last year or the last 2 years.
Were you gonna? Oh, I thought you were gonna respond. I don't really have an answer for that, why it's happening. I really can't answer that, but it has been, I mean, just from last year to this year, my first year to my second year, it's increased 50%. And prior to that, when I spoke with the previous director of internal audit, she said she only received one a year, which she said over the last 5 years, she only received one a year. I find that almost impossible to believe. I mean, I don't believe she's lying, but I mean, I don't understand how it went from one a year to last year, you know, like 15, and now it's 27.
I do have a theory on that one. Okay, because I got some real examples. I'm going to not name the people, but as soon as you start saying, hey, how did you get this job as a potential assistant dean, when somebody appointed the person on your behalf and put them in your organization without you making that decision? Okay, so when you go back and clean that up, and the person who was given a job to work in somebody's organization that didn't approve them to be there, when you go back and correct that and the person who sponsored that decision was no longer there, then that person, when you put them back where they should be, which is out of that job, because somebody anointed you into that job, then your alternative is to say, this is unfair kind of thing, and I've been treated differently.
But they're the really quick ones.
That's exactly what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
they're the
So
really
that's
quick
what's
ones.
driving a lot of these things because I'm not gonna get into the details of it, but there were some commitments made about certain people going to certain organizations to work, whether or not they were not signed off by the person responsible in that department. So we're cleaning up some of those, and those people who are gifted, in effect, a job that they shouldn't be doing because it's not needed there, well, here we go with some of these issues that I've been investigating, been dealing with people on this is because of those things.
It's true.
I think we all could have a theory about that.
But mine is a little bit more fact-based.
I was gonna leave that alone.
Other questions about the audit plan? That's what we need to review and make sure that we are comfortable approving the items that are listed there. Dr. Forbes, Williams, did you want to say anything else about the audit plan that you shared?
No, again, this is the proposed plan, and of course, throughout the year, we can make changes on the plan. But if we get some assistance, I think we'll be able to accomplish the items on the plan. But we'll definitely be able to complete the required, especially the external assessments that we needed to do. That's required basically by IIA.
And that totals 1,290 hours. And you completed all of the required items last year as well?
Yes, I did.
Other questions about the internal audit plan for fiscal year ending June 30, 2026?
And that's
Right,
actually
well,
an
there's-
action item.
Yep, I'm getting ready to move there. I move to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 audit plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Yeah. So moved.
Is there a second now?
All right, it has been properly moved in second. The questions on the motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2025-2026 audit plan. Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Qualls?
Yes.
Trustee Smith Knight?
Yes.
Trustee Trauber?
Yes.
Motion
All right,
carries.
Motion approved. All right, is there any other business that we need to discuss? Seeing none, as we get ready to enter into executive session, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting so that we can discuss items deemed confidential under state law?
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none.
Second.
We need a second. I gotta update my notes. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, the question on the motion to adjourn the meeting to enter into executive session for a discussion of items deemed confidential under state law. Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Qualls?
Yes.
Trustee Smith Knight?
Yes.
Trustee Trauber?
Yes.
The motion is approved for adjournment.
If you are not a trustee, President, Chair Winton, do you want just the trustees in here? I guess. And then if everybody else can please clear the room. Thank you.
Untitled Chapter. Open.
All right. At this time, I'm going to call the audit committee meeting back to order. The time is 4:53 p.m. Central Time. And if there is no other business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. Secretary, please call the roll.
Trustee Qualls?
Yes.
Trustee Smith Knight?
Yes.
Trustee Trauber?
Yes.
All right. The motion is approved. The time is 4:54 and we are adjourned.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. The June 12th Student and Academic Affairs Committee meeting for of Tennessee State University's Board of Trustees is now called to order. The time is now 4:54 p.m. Central Time. Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Trustee Norfleet?
Here.
Trustee Smith?
Present.
Trustee Young Sigler?
Present. I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn or to recess this meeting until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Norfleet?
Yes.
Trustee Smith?
Yes.
Trustee Young Sigler?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion is approved and we will reconvene tomorrow morning on June 13th at 9 a.m.